I don't blame Charlie at all for tapping. Next up, we've got Bailey Manley and Jordan Hargrove. Jordan coming from 4 seasons here in Lexington, Kentucky. A lot of energy from Hargrove. Different level of energy coming from Manley here. Very calm, cool, collected. Shakes his coach's hand. Very respectful bow as he gets in here. Nice handshake to start out. A little hug. This should be an interesting one. These guys are a little bit smaller in stature and weight. Usually a pretty dynamic fight there. This fight consists of 6-minute rounds with a possible overtime. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing 4 seasons martial arts, Jordan Hargrove. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, representing Davis Karate, Bailey Manley.
6 minutes, no twisting leg lock. Shake hands. Questions?
Early tie-ups. Starting some hand fighting, collar ties, and inside bicep ties. A nice shot from Hargrove. Finishes with the takedown. We've got one butterfly hook in for Manley. He's going for a deep collar tie. He goes straight to that body-locked full guard. That body triangle from the guard is an interesting position we've seen a lot of people go to today. Puts himself immediately into a triangle by reaching back, breaking that guard open. Hook this leg and get the triangle. Quick work from Bailey Manley. Hargrove virtually walked into that triangle. Reaching your hand back is a dangerous proposition in the closed guard.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee calls a stop to the fight for your winner by submission via triangle choke, Bailey Manley.
Manley very calm, cool, and collected there the whole time. Showed a little bit of animation in the finish, and then walked right into that triangle. It's almost an early Christmas present for him. Looks like we've got Kyle Caragatti coming back to the ring again. This 6-man white belt tournament. Could be Fidel Hernandez, I believe, his opponent. Cam enjoying Fidel's music. Sorry, I keep calling him Cam. I believe it's Kyle. I've got Cam written down on my sheet here.
stand corrected.
And his opponent out of the blue corner, representing 4 seasons martial arts in Lexington, Kentucky, Fidel Hernandez!
Should be an interesting match. Fidel had the longest match of the night. Kyle had one of the quickest matches. The hand fighting with wrist controls. On to some inside bicep ties. Kyle. Seeing some pretty upright posture from these guys. You'd like to see them get a little bit lower posture and maybe take a shot at the legs. But looks like we're playing more of a judo style. It goes for that outside trip. Collar tie, bicep ties, double biceps. Let's see if he looks to trip some more. Maybe initiate some more throws. They seem to be comfortable with that upright posture. Kyle digging for an underhook. His right, Fidel's left. Good pace using this cage. Underhook. Kyle looking pretty comfortable with that. Switching from right to left collar ties and still maintaining that inside control with the bicep ties. Now looking to potentially find an underhook here. It's the most stand-up action I think we've had all night. And there's the hip toss. It's got a nice, tight, solid top side pin position here. With an arm exposed. There's no frames other than the inside frame, and he steps over easily to full mount. Let's see if he looks to use those grapevines. Again, he is pretty heavily grapevining those legs in that top mount position. It makes it very difficult for Fidel to bridge out of. Heavy, heavy shoulder pressure on the face and jaw of Fidel. See if he looks to isolate for that underhook again. Right now, just looking for a potential smother choke here on top from Kyle. Excuse me. Kyle looking very comfortable on top, potentially bringing that hand over top to smother his opponent, assist his shoulder. Very, very committed to these grapevines on the leg. Again, making it extremely, extremely difficult for Fidel to bridge out of that. Not having an arm trapped is interesting here. If Fidel can free his legs from those grapevines, he might have the potential to trap and roll that arm. Wild armbar attempt there. Kyle maintains that top side pressure. Fidel working back to a closed guard there. Trying to get that high mount, and ends up finding a potential triangle that Kyle slips out of very easily. Kyle's got a very head forward, heavy passing style, it looks like. Solidifying himself and stabilizing in this top half guard position. Fidel looks to be trying to find a lockdown position. Having no underhooks on the same side as the lockdown, though, and no scoop grip on the free leg, turns it into a position that's ripe for passing for Kyle. So if he can continue that shoulder pressure forward and free that foot, which it looks like he's done, he'll look to get that right knee to the ground, drive it through, and get to this quarter guard position where he's eliminated that lockdown, and it's almost an open invite to mount, which you can see Kyle's taking advantage of here. Again, back to the double grapevine and heavy, heavy shoulder and chest pressure. His opponent continuing to drive forward, looking for a potential smother choke. He's got to watch that underhook there and the opportunity that Fidel has to trap and roll this arm again. Kyle going back to that double grapevine and helping himself stabilize on top there. I'd like to see Kyle start to use those grapevines, and once the bucking and the explosiveness is stopped, really trying to find underhooks or the opportunity to pin maybe a wrist above Fidel's head. Looking to accomplish one of those early on objectives that we learned about in jiu-jitsu, which is separating those elbows from the rib cage, and then ultimately isolating an arm or both arms above our opponent's head in this mounted position. Arms are stronger, framed up in close to our body with our elbows close to our rib cage, creating space between our chest and our opponent's chest. But here, Kyle's done a good job of utilizing those grapevines there to really expose the space underneath Fidel's arms. And again, he's working for what looks to be almost the exact same spot that he finished the arm triangle from previously. He's looking to clear that mount position, potentially exposing his back here. Fidel's got a deep underhook. If he can get on his right side and trimp his hips away, use that hip escape. Oh, Kyle does a good job of shutting that down. Again, Kyle's working for that heavy shoulder pressure, and he passes easily again to mount. Kyle spent a lot of time in mount tonight, guys. A little wild with his setups for those limbs. I'd like to see him work to control a little bit better, but Kyle rides that out in a pretty dominant fashion on top there. So we'll see this go to that EBI overtime again. It'll be a coin flip in the middle. The winner of the coin flip is going to pick either a back mount position or a position that is referred to as spider web, which is basically just a standard arm bar from the top. The only difference is again, the only difference in that armbar position is typically they'll give the person applying the armbar in the spider web, they'll give them control of the opponent's inside leg, so that they'll take a hook grip underneath the hamstring of the leg. A lot of strategy goes into this EBI overtime with the choice of positions. If you've got good escapes from either position, you're typically not too worried, depending on who your opponent is. But the strategy more so comes from the offensive person. If you've got better back attacks, take that back position. Looks like Cam's going to be taking that back mounted position. Again, both hooks in. We're going to have one overhook, one underhook. Then Fidel's going to also be able to get some defensive hands in place. Cam immediately pulls that underhook out, starts to get to a gable gripped position. Cam looks to have that left wrist underneath Fidel's neck, getting some resistance, and he gets the tap. So Fidel is going to have an opportunity here to start on this back. He's got 20 seconds to submit Cam. It's going to be tall order. Cam seems to be pretty dynamic. And he is out very quickly. Nice dynamic spinning escape there from Cam. Just out-rotated his opponent, Fidel, there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest was decided in overtime. For your winner, Line Cagefighting! You will win the championship match with your one tournament.
Kyle Karagati's going to move on. I believe we have Nicholas Lyons and Zane Fry coming up next. Sounds like an interesting SpongeBob remix. Lions coming out again with a lot of energy. Let's see if he can find another guillotine here. That seemed to be his go-to immediately, right out of the gate.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, representing Davis Karate, Nicholas Lyon.
Zane looking very calm, cool, and collected. Nicholas, tons of energy. Got to get the jewelry off of Zane Fry there. Zane keeping his distance. They're both circling in the middle of the ring. Dynamic shot fake there from Nicholas. See if we can get some hand fighting here. Early collar tie overhook from Nicholas Lyons. Looking for a potential throw by here from Zane. And some pretty heavy collar ties leading to some upright posture, leaving those hips open, inviting the potential for an early takedown. Nick Lyons working for that front headlock position. He really likes that guillotine. Some distance finding from Zane here. See if he'll commit to some more hand fighting and clinch work here, and it looks like he does. Really letting his posture get broken down with this collar tie here. Standing up nice and tall. And it looks like we've got double underhooks from Nick Lyons as Zane pulls guard. Really trying to hold on to those double overhooks. Still nice and calm. Zane looks to be the less experienced of the grapplers. I don't know that to be true, but easy step over to half guard from Nick there. Still maintain that opposite side underhook, which is the one that you want. If you're going to have one, you want that one in a half guard position. Going to really crank on that face there, open the hip up, and he'll probably look to either backstep this leg out of that half guard or go to straight mount. Yep. And he goes straight to mount, pinning the right wrist of Zane and looking to feed his hand behind and control the inside of that armpit bicep area so he can free up for that Americana there. Inviting that bridge and roll and really exposing his opponent's back. Zane's in deep water here, and he gets the tap from Nick Lyons. That was a nice little exchange there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the referee is going to stop to the bout. For your winner by rear naked choke, Nicholas Lyon. He will advance to the championship.
So Nick's going to head on to the championship. You know, as animated as Nick was when he came out, it was interesting to see how calm and collected and systematic he was, passing that closed guard into the half guard, and then working into the mount. feeding that hand for the Americana or that paintbrush style finish. Invited that bridge and roll from Zane there, and immediately exposed his back.
Yeah, I think Zane was like a last-minute addition to that tournament. He's a professional boxer who's boxed at New Line, but this is the first time I've seen him grapple. I believe he said that's the first time he's grappled. So
that's hey, it's interesting to see guys who are willing to put themselves out there, and fill a spot, especially being a striker by nature. He seemed fine in the cage. So.
Yeah. He's also pulling double duty as our DJ tonight.
Yeah,
so.
I saw that. He came off the DJ booth there. So interesting couple of matches there, Cam.
Yeah. So we got. I'm impressed again by the top pressure by Cam. I think Cam needs to work on. I mean, you saw him trying. Cam. Let me make sense.
Kyle.
Yeah,
Kyle.
yeah. It's on the paper as Cam, but I think
I had to cross it out and write Kyle down, or I was going to keep doing it.
When I asked him earlier, he said it was both. So
yeah, well, there we go. So we're not going to offend him when he watches this back.
Yeah. I think he's doing a good job going for that mother's milk kind of from the no arm Ezekiel almost type position.
That smother tap that he's really looking for. He did a good job of really stabilizing that position with those double grapevines. That'll
be an interesting finals. Between him and Nick.
Yeah, Nick. I was just mentioning Nick. He came out very animated, but his composure, passing that closed guard into half guard and then working to the mount, baiting that Americana to expose the back and then finding that strangle was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and as soon as he got chin exposure, he was under it. So that was good.
You mentioned you really you like the back mount position. I really like that more Craig Jones style back mount, but you've got your opponent flattened out on their stomach.
From the top. Yeah, where you've got it flattened out. Especially in MMA, that's where I want to be.
Easier to get behind the elbows, less of me carrying my opponent's weight, more of them carrying my weight. So
the only reason that I find problems with that is when guys are really good at tripoding up and getting to try to shake you off the top, because it can be kind of easy to get your knees back underneath your hips. From
Absolutely.
So now we have I believe this is our bronze medal match here, if I'm not mistaken.
So this is Brian Hooper and Toro Bays.
Yep. Or at least it's the consolation match. I don't know if it's actually officially a bronze match since we don't have Zane back in there, but I don't know how it works out for.
Yeah, Hooper again was with Fidel in that first match that went to 2 or 3 overtimes, I believe.
Yeah.
So long match there, but he's had a lot of time to rest and recover. And then Toro had a pretty quick match, his first match. So we'll see how this goes here. Very erratic hand fighting.
Yeah. From what we saw earlier, Toro is definitely going to be the more physical of the two, but perhaps the less technical of the two. We'll see how that unfolds.
If nothing else, he's going to be the more animated. A lot of movement.
He's got good tattoos too.
Yeah. Seeing him overwrap the head here, which is kind of a dangerous position. If they can trap that arm, you can get some rolls out of it, some interesting sweeps. But I'm not sure if Hooper's really privy to the wrestle up opportunities that are from that.
We see Toro kind of trying to armbar that far arm, and he might end up finding it. No,
Hooper wrestles up in his top position, avoids that guillotine by getting his hips to the other side of the body.
No, he is an arm man, so he's not in Von Flue danger, but Toro is still squeezing on that guillotine, which would generally be considered ill-advised. Sometimes you'll see that work in white belt matches.
Yeah, Toro's running the risk of burning his arms out here if he no longer holds on to this. Probably a better strategy.
It's actually double overs. He's not even under it. I thought that was an arm man guillotine. He's just double over.
I think he took it out. See him go back to it. Now he's going to turn away and expose his body. See if we can chase here. He's got one hook on the bottom. We're not seeing much hip escapes here at this level, so he's able to use this position. He's got a dominant hook.
And he has both hooks. I mean, this is the classic Jiu-Jitsu 101 schoolyard headlock.
Yeah.
To take the back from it.
That old bully headlock, Teach it to first week students where they come in. Hey, you guys have probably seen this before. You've probably been in a fight at school. Somebody grabs your head like this. A shuck and come up the back. Toro's latched onto that head.
And he's got the arm trap now, so he's almost in more of like, well, he's in like a hybrid between he's in Keisugatame and he's got his back taken at the same time, and I think he's going to end up getting his back taken.
Brian's got such long legs. He's able to get that body triangle from there.
Even without a chest to back connection. That's impressive.
It's very impressive. Seeing that grip break in there. Brian's not going to take advantage of it. Tora's able to restabilize back into more of a traditional top guard position. Use that underhook as Toro posts both hands to the mat, which is typically ill-advised from that top guard position. But very
especially over the line of the shoulders, where you can get underhooked and into shoulder crunch and or prison guard, depending on your preferred way of attacking that underhook.
One of the things we preach pretty heavily to our students is this 3P system: posture, patience, and pressure. Especially from a close guard position, if you're the top player, not breaking that posture down, not as much as you can avoiding making contact, especially in the game.
Exactly.
Not making contact with your hands on the mat, but maintaining that inside position. We've seen a lot of the top guard players here, especially in this close guard. We've seen them lean heavy head forward and allowing their posture to break down, which doesn't give them a good base of balance.
Yeah, and they're not really fighting for the inside bicep ties that you need to make sure your partner's not going to be able to get a meaningful grip. Now we see an armbar coming from Hooper, and it looks like he might get it. And he does.
Yep.
Brian Hooper gets a nice armbar from closed guard. I think that might have been what he was trying to look for in that first match. Whenever he was getting those kind of arm drag looks when he was getting the elbow across the body, he was able to convert it this time, though.
Yeah, we're almost seeing some of these guys flip the order of operations there. Posture, patience, and pressure. He's just really focusing on that pressure, which is easy to do early on. You don't.
Yeah, and I think as you're seeing a lot of people in the modern meta really standing up is the best way to play close guard. I think I think it was Fight Pass Invitational I was watching a couple months ago at this point, and Gordon Ryan was basically saying you should be hitting people with stalling penalties if they're not standing in close guard. Like,
Especially in the no-gi game, where people are so good at maintaining that good posture, and like you said, looking for those bicep ties, or at the bare minimum, trying to get thumbs and hands in the armpits, working back to the hips, and controlling the ability of the bottom player to sit up and really control your head. If you're able to do that, which it takes a little bit of learning, takes a little bit of time on the mat to get it, but once you got it, it's real tough to break somebody's posture if they've practiced it enough. So then you're looking at standing. We've already seen one of the guys here, make the early mistake of reaching back with one of those arms to break the guard, and it cost him. He walked into that triangle
exactly,
and it was a quick finish. So.
One thing that is interesting, that changes the close guard position a lot, particularly in MMA fights. And I work it with our guys a lot, especially if they're getting ready for an MMA fight or if they're getting ready to grapple in a cage like this. The cage is live. The cage is actually awesome. If I really like to get somebody close guard, even before I'll stand, I'll try to get their forehead to the base of the cage and then stand, and then you get that kind of folding them in half posture. Much easier to break the guard open at that point, and you have their head kind of isolated against the wall.
And you do run into those those easy kind of simple sweeps. There's a different name for it in every gym, but as the person in the closed guard is standing, the bottom player will typically reach back for the heels of their partner.
The dummy sweep or the simple sweep, whatever.
But if you've got a good knowledge of how to shift your weight to 1 foot, and you're able to windshield wiper that other foot out and kick it out from that hand, it's really tough to control somebody's heel. When you're just holding it from the back, if they know how to distribute their weight and kick that leg free. So,
and one of the things I actually talked with Jake Shields about this whenever I saw him at a seminar. Danaher kind of preaches if they are able to hit the dummy sweep, if the bottom guy, if the top player pinches his knees very tightly together, you can still win that battle for hip height. You can still posture back up and get on the ball.
That's a response that we drill regularly. If you are set on your butt, pinching those knees and then actually kind of bridging your hips up in the air will typically raise your partner's feet up above your face and make it fairly easy. Again, if you're you're privy to the leg lock game.
You got entrances into single leg X there.
But if nothing else, you're able to push behind that heel and look to do some sort of combat stand-up and really start to maintain that top position that you were looking for initially. So.
I think they're doing it. Ask them before they start.
Dylan the Orangutan Mays. That might be the best nickname I've heard.
He's got good orange hair to go with it, too.
Yeah. I didn't hear where Dylan was from, but Johnny is from the central Kentucky area out of Georgetown.
And we saw him, he took, I believe, a leg lock loss on short notice in his last match here at New Line in Catlettsburg.
Hopefully that's not where the knee brace is coming from. But.
Yeah, I think he had it on before that match as well. So.
Okay. Might just be getting old like me. Knees stop working.
Yeah, my knees kind of stopped working around 20. So.
Yeah. Again, pretty interesting upright posture for a lot of these guys. Johnny taking more of a judo-style stance.
I think you're seeing that. That's really come back into fashion with the Danaher guys really preaching that. You see Miragali using that a lot. You see Gordon using that a lot.
Yeah, Joseph Chen out of BT.
Yeah, Joseph.
Yeah, they're Ethan Krellinston. Big on the foot sweeps, big on the Uchimatas, especially playing that heavy overhook game. You know, if you can get competent with a solid overhook or a good wizard. Ooh, interesting reverse triangle there from the bottom from Johnny. Let's see if he can make something of it. It's typically tough to find good strangulation pressure from this position, but a lot of control, and he's isolating that limb for
and he gets the Americana on the far side.
Yeah.
That's a setup that we used to see Liam Harrison use a lot in MMA.
Very dynamic catch on that. That was impressive.
Yeah, by the time his back was flat on the mat, he already had the triangle
locked. Yeah.
Beautiful work. He was too fast for the ring announcer.
He had already sat down. You got to keep him ready to go on the side. Well, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Took about 2.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please hold yourselves to the fight for your winner by the first triangle, Johnny Garcia!
Okay. Gave him the reverse triangle instead of the Americana.
Oh, and it looks like we are going to get maybe some bronze medal action here as we see another consolation match in the tournament bracket here. As we're going to see, we're going to see Charlie Gibson and the bout 7.
Right, yeah, it's like a consolation match. A consolation match to fill time. That was on purpose.
So,
Charlie Gibson, Brian Hooper.
Yeah,
coming in for a consolation.
Brian Hooper's getting an extra consolation match as Toro Bays was unable to continue.
Three matches. That's more than you get at some of these local Fujis or AGFs. Or
there's nothing worse than traveling a long distance for a tournament and losing in the first round and driving 6 hours home sad.
Yeah, and once you get past some of these places, especially Central Kentucky and West Virginia, where you're from, you get past purple belt. And good luck getting a match.
Yeah, especially black now. It's very, very difficult.
I think
you're going to have to do IGJJF if you want black belt matches.
Yeah, I think the last tournament I got one of the referees, so that was fun.
This is going to be an interesting match as we see.
Still kills me seeing guys walk around in a matted area with shoes on.
Yeah. I feel ringworm in my skin when I see that.
A couple words earlier from Brian. Some shit talking. Charlie is.
Yeah, Charlie looks essentially
kinda upset.
aggravated. Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
he's able to get to.
Some words being said before, and Charlie working this.
He's got the chin strap and an overhook on the far side.
Yeah, very pressure heavy, top half guard exchange here.
Now, you generally want that underhook if you're playing a classical outside half guard, but he doesn't seem to be able to use it from this angle to get back up to his hip and get to that dogfight kind of position.
Yeah, I can't tell from the cameras and from our angle here if those hands are connected, so it may be preventing him from using that underhook to slide out the back. But
could be. Either way, he's getting good chin to chest mechanics here, like good pressure.
A lot of talking from these guys.
Charlie Gibson getting a little animated there.
Very animated. A couple choice words for Brian there on the bottom.
This is a family event, folks.
Yeah. I don't know how many. I got a couple kids in the audience here. Maybe that was what the wide eyes and erratic start was from.
Now we see Gibson again collects that chin down towards the chest. I can't see.
Yeah, I think the hands are connected. I don't necessarily know if he has the chin, but I think he's stopping that head from coming out. There it is.
Oh, there, yep.
Looking to bring that knee to elbow. Exchanging back and forth.
It appears that the little bit of trash talk there from Hooper kind of got under the skin of Charlie.
Yeah.
Who is potentially escalating it.
He's driving heavy elbow pressure in there. Got Charlie asking Brian to not talk to him is what I'm getting out of it. This is it. Peeling that elbow off finally. Brian just ate that for about 30 seconds there, just grinding that elbow in the jawline.
Yeah, and we see Charlie abandons that kind of overhook that he was playing on the far side.
Now they're friends. And now they're friends. That's
that's the beauty of.
Oh, and Charlie taps.
No, I'm not exactly certain what happened there, but
No idea. No idea. Looks like they've, for all intents and purposes, kissed and made up. Charlie's a little animated.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was just frustrated with himself for the trash talking, and that's what
I think that's
facilitated the end.
Yeah, I think he felt a little embarrassed. Charlie gave. Charlie tapped.
Submission. Submission. First week.
By anything else, submission by elective tap. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee is calling a stoppage to the fight for your winner by submission, Brian Hooper.
Interesting here at Line Cagefighting.
You never know what you're going to see in a white belt match.
No. First one was 6 full minutes, 2 to 3 EBI overtimes. Next few were very quick, and then I think we just saw a little emotions get the best of Charlie there, but that's okay.
And now we're going to get to see the ladies grappling match here.
Yeah.
So I am familiar with Jessica. I've seen her compete here multiple times. She actually competed against one of my students a couple years ago. They ended up, I believe, grappling to a draw. That was before we had put in the EBI overtime rules.
Nice.
So they went 10 minutes. A very good competitive match from both of them. Jessica's also a MMA fighter.
Nice.
So usually you'll see her on the feet playing a lot of heavy collar ties.
Okay.
Very aggressive. And I'm not familiar with Tiara, but I believe you are.
Yeah, Tiara's a teammate of mine. Been training with Tiara for a couple of years now. She has a very interesting guard. She's very long and lanky. She's a very petite woman, so she can find her way into triangles and strangles pretty easily. The arms fit underneath the neck pretty quickly. She just recently won Masters 1 Worlds in the IBJJF. So
Was that gi or no gi?
I believe it was in the gi, but I could be wrong there.
Yeah, this will be an interesting matchup because I think we'll probably see a little bit of contrasting styles as we see like the more aggressive and kind of MMA no gi.
Yeah. Tiara is admittedly a guard puller, so she likes to play from her guard. Very triangle heavy game. Has been recently exploring some of the rubber guard stuff because she's so long and lanky and has a lot of dexterity in her limbs. So it'll be interesting to see. I think her goal here is probably to come out and play a guard pull initially to start off, knowing that Jessica is an MMA fighter and has more of a wrestling heavy top game. So I think that fits right into an exciting match here.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see that because Jessica's shown good defense from inside of people's guards in the past. But I don't know that she's ever faced anybody here with the level of guard that Tiara's going to bring.
Yeah. She's it should be a fun one. We'll see if Tiara can fight through some of her nerves. She always, like I said, she's an accomplished grappler. She's only been doing it for a few years, but has risen pretty quickly in her own respect. And but still gets nervous. Still kind of gets in her own head. And so it'll be a good challenge for her. With the bright lights on and with the center stage. Usually she's at like an IBJJF or an AGF, and she's got all the mats around her, and everybody's competing. So it's
a much different environment.
Less eyes on. Yeah, we'll see how she responds in this kind of quote-unquote big stage environment.
And one thing I can say that will play in for Jessica is somebody I know that whenever I had a bunch of MMA fights and then came back to doing jiu-jitsu super fights, the nerves were not the same as they were before because it's like, oh, worst case scenario, I get tapped.
You're not getting punched in the face.
I'm not going to go here with a concussion. And
you don't get your head bounced off the canvas. It's a little bit different, Yeah.
And her, I'm not sure if they're engaged or her longtime boyfriend will also be fighting tonight in a professional kickboxing match. So
Awesome.
I think a lot of times she's like, well, I'll take a match. I'm going to be there anyway.
Yeah. Might as well, right? We had we're opening up a new gym at Reaction. We've got kind of a soft opening going on this weekend, so we had a couple people that came from out of town and were traveling. Actually, two of the promoters from AGF, and I'm not sure if they were husband and wife, boyfriend, or if they were in some sort of relationship. But a black belt, and I believe they were both black belts. They were great people. Though. You love to see relationships that spawn out of the gym or people that connect, in their hobby life, or maybe it's even their professional life. But they're grapplers, they're fighters, they're in this combat sport lifestyle. Makes it a little bit easier because I know my wife, she's gotten used to it, but early on in our relationship, me coming home at 9 p.m. after grappling for 4 hours kind of wears on you after a while. So.
Yeah, and especially if you're going to be a fighter and you're going to have to be dieting and all those kind of things. You need somebody that has an understanding of, and appreciation for that.
Yeah, when I first started, it was I was a little bit smaller than I am now, and I was always, chasing that weight cut to be in the right, once you don't cut weight for the first time, you're like, I don't know if I want to do that much more.
Yeah, I think I'm very happy to say that I'm in my 200 plus pound black belt phase.
We're just hanging out.
Never trying to get back to 155 or 145 again.
It's whatever the catch weight is. Yeah, if I can, whatever that. If it's 205, I mean, if I'm right on the cusp, I'll drop a couple pounds. We'll clean up the diet a little bit for a week, but I'm not. I know I saw John Norman earlier today. I know he was yesterday. He had about 6 pounds to cut, and so he was on Instagram, kind of documenting the whole thing through his story. And do not miss those days. Early on at Reaction, we would, all of us would be cutting weight at the same time, even if we were.
That's a grumpy gym usually.
Competing or not, yeah. A lot of hungry guys, a lot of sweaty guys.
We must have had some time to kill, ladies and gentlemen, because we're in an intermission here. So we've got a few minutes here before the action continues.
I wish I would have heard what they said. coffee and some water over there. That's $4 a piece for water.
Yeah.
I think.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We've got Jessica's already made her way to the cage, and we have Tiara Caudill making her way to the red corner. Rob Nickerson in her corner coming out of reaction. I think we're going to see a big difference in physical body types and also physicality. See kind of as the other commentator was saying before he actually just went to use the restroom real quick. Tiara is more of a guard player, and Jessica's very much a top player. Definitely a lot of reaction support in the crowd tonight. I imagine that is only going to get more.
Hometown crew. Here coming out to work some hand fighting and actively pulling guard.
Pulls with the collar tie. Looks like an elevation from single leg X.
And working that rubber guard.
Starting to make a look towards London. Jessica's doing a good job of keeping her elbows tight in that kind of Josh Barnett defensive top position.
Burying that head to the chest.
And that will foil that rubber guard game if you can't get to the overhook. But
she's getting to that, we call it
yeah,
pit stop position.
Yep, almost in a dead orchard. Jessica's shoulder is very low on that right side, though.
Yeah.
So I don't think she's in danger of the choke, but she might be in danger of the arm locks from here.
So Tierra's going to look to heel hook this elbow here. Same motion with the wrist.
Now we see her using that almost like a zombie type motion, like she's trying to get up. Now she's going to have a look at that near side arm, I believe.
Tierra's got the unique ability to wrap a triangle both arms in. Her legs are so long. She's heel hooking that elbow, trying to get exposure.
She's starting to have a look at a Kimura on the far side as well. Oh, and Jessica does a good job turning out.
Tierra's coming up on top looking for underhooks. She's a little wild here. Let's see if she can settle. Driving for that knee cut. Good guard pass there, too. You'll hear Professor Rob Nickerson off to the side. Always very calm, very vocal. This Tierra works to a nice, tight mount position.
Jessica, again, doing a pretty good job keeping her hands connected and elbows low, but she might be giving up a shade of back exposure here.
As we see, super flat from that bottom mount position. Tough to generate any movement or bridging patterns from that. This Tierra looks to wrap up that kind of gift wrap position.
She turns.
So we can get to the back.
That was good. She used it as like an attempt on the arm and then that transition space to get to the back.
Tierra really, really likes to use those long legs to trap arms here from the back.
We see her starting to do that, I believe, on the left side now. Can't really see the hand position of Jessica. Oh, she's got both of her arms free, but
that body triangle position could be kind of risky for Tierra to maintain. And here we go. Let's see if she can fit those little arms of hers.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's got the like sharp forearms that are easy to get under the neck.
Buddy, let me tell you, they are not comfortable to have around your face.
Yeah, it's better to have a heavyweight almost trying to do that than.
I'd rather eat a big bicep than a bony forearm
yeah.
any day.
Jessica doing a good job though, getting back to her side. We see her; she's in that kind of like half guard, half back.
Yeah, almost like a quarter mount.
Yeah.
Makes it easy to chair sit. Look to take the back. See if Tierra looks for that rear triangle here. If she can free that leg that's trapped, Jessica's doing a good job of holding on to that.
Yep, she had a look either at an arm lock or that rear triangle.
Looks like she's got that wrist control on the bottom arm there. Jessica's still staying very calm. As much danger as she's been in this match, it's impressive. I mean, just I don't know if you can see it on the broadcast, but Tierra's arms are a mile long, her legs are even longer. So it's every time you think you're out of danger, there comes a limb.
Jessica's doing a good job defensively hand fighting from here.
Very much so.
I think we can pretty confidently say this is probably the highest level match that we've seen today. Now she's over the chin. Jessica's starting to try to push that off, but having trouble. Looks like she's got a decent angle to stay alive here. Although she might be getting in a little bit more trouble here, but I think she's almost got her shoulders to the mat, but Tierra recollects that good chest to back connection. Starting to take her to the other side.
There she is.
And now if she can get the hand to the far shoulder, I think we're going to be in some trouble here for Jessica. I think she's under the chin.
That head being out of position. She still
gets
gets the finish.
Very high level match from both of these.
Impressive
ladies.
control, impressive calmness from both grapplers. Tierra's like a spider monkey. She'll just crawl around your back until she finds an opening.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referees will stop to the line for your winner by rear naked choke,
Struggling to get the shirt on for the hand raise. Very impressive work. We've seen Jessica grapple before. She's a very skilled, tough grappler.
Yeah.
And she did a good job defending for as long as she possibly
Oh, yeah,
could.
get out of that triangle. I mean, there's been triangles that Tiara slapped on me that I haven't gotten out of.
Yeah.
I've got about 100 pounds on her, so.
Tiara did a good job of not making any mistakes and overcommitting to any of those submissions.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
yeah.
the thing. Is once you get on top and get past, you need to stay there the whole time.
Yeah, and I think that's something that you see as you progress from white belt, these two being, I believe Jessica's a blue belt as well.
Yeah.
These two making it past that kind of beginner stage of jiu-jitsu. They don't give up once they've failed a submission initially, right? They've started to develop that ability to stay calm, to look for other opportunities, to rebuild their defenses, to look for other openings. And both of them did a good job of staying calm that whole match.
And ladies and gentlemen, we got a super heavyweight, so we got both of them over the 260. William Myers doesn't have a weight listed. His opponent's listed at 285. William Myers, who we've seen box here professionally, and even had a professional MMA fight, which he lost. TKO, I believe it was leg kicks. He took a lot of damage in that fight, though. That was 2 weeks ago. I'm honestly surprised after seeing the leg kicks that he ate in that fight that he was able to walk well today.
Leg kicks will beat you up, man.
Let alone take a grappling match on this short of notice. So kudos to him. Not super familiar with his opponent, but
he's a big boy.
Yeah, that's definitely not somebody you want settled on top of you.
No. Impressive mullet there, too.
Now, these guys are getting advanced rules. They are doing 8 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to tell the rest that just a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, to separate Walker and Ryan.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, he is super heavy in the ring. This match is supposed to be fighting out of the corner, representing Toledo.
That's scratch.
Myers! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, representing Highland MMA and Lexington, Kentucky, Peyton Myers!
This is a 266 plus pound grappling match. So both these boys.
And this one was agreed to at 8 minutes, even though they are both white belts. Or at the very least, Myers is a white belt. I think they said that. I think they might have said that Peyton was a blue belt or higher.
First ones we're seeing use the cage actively, so you can tell that these guys are also at the very least, competent with the environment that they're training in. We're seeing a
Single leg.
inside single, pulls it away from the cage fairly easily.
It's starting to look towards like that Ikuhisa Minowa style, stepping over like almost like a lateral knee bar from there. He turns it all the way into double outside, but he
falls
bails
down.
and loses the position. But he's able to settle on top in the transition into half guard, or excuse me, into side control. Generally, in the super heavyweights, side control is the difficultest position to escape.
It's a tough position. You see some of the guys on the bottom, they kind of invite it so they can get that, no offense to the size of these guys, but that old school naming of fat man sweep, right?
Yeah.
Where you use that inside frame to push on the hips.
He's got an Americana on the far
Americana,
side.
that is a ton of shoulder rotation for a guy that big.
He's got the elbow very high, though.
Very high. It's going to be tough to finish it. And
Man,
then
that
he
was-
uses it to take him out. It was a good transition from him.
And he's using his forehead on the mat to stop William from bringing his elbow back below the shoulder line. So, he almost got to an arm triangle position, but now we end up in
For a little case katame.
another position we see a lot of. He's starting to make a grip like he's trying to either set up the Americana with the legs or maybe even the straight arm bar there.
Straight arm bar, yeah. Using the leg assist on the arm bar. I think that's where he's going for. See if he can get the leverage. Yep.
And he does get the finish. Straight arm bar from Kasagatame. You don't see that very often.
No.
I'm a big fan of the Americana from there. And I mean, obviously, when they straighten the arm to defend the Americana, you can threaten that as well. And I believe our next match is going to be the finals of the tournament. And since the guy that the referee is coaching, I'm going to have to go back in and pull referee duty again. So I'm going to have to leave you on your own. I'll be
solo
back.
again, folks. That's all right. William Myers in the ring still talking about that Americana attempt. I don't know if I've seen one rotate that much without the break, but that elbow being high and not close to his rib cage or his hip made it really difficult to get the finish, and it opened up that mount opportunity that Peyton Mayo really capitalized on there. Made short work of that finish. All right, we've got Kyle Caragatti coming back out to the cage. Kyle's played a very, very good dominant top position today. Utilizing those grapevine legs from that mount position, really holding his opponents down. Let's see if he can keep that same strategy going into this match. Looks like Nick Lyons is abandoning the rash guard for this match. Not sure if that's strategy or if he had a wardrobe malfunction. But a little confusion from the cameraman there. Got Nick Lyons out of the blue corner. Kyle Caragatti coming out of the red corner here. Same animation from Nick. A little hesitant with the hand fighting starting out. See if we can slow it down and get some connection here against the face. Inadvertent, obviously. Lyons working some interesting collar ties there. Trying to find that inside position. There he goes. That's that overhooked wizard position. Starting to use that cage. See if he can get that posture broken down. Finds an arm-in guillotine opportunity here. If he can utilize this front headlock to continue to break Kyle's posture down, he might be able to use it to circle to the back, or even find a submission attempt here. Nice little whip down situation there for Nick as he settles into a top half guard position. Looks like he's got that far side underhook, which is what he wants, using his head to post as Kyle looks to off balance him to the outside. Looks like Nick's having a tough time keeping that bottom knee pinned if he can. Classic knee to elbow escape. Kyle there. So he's looking to hip bump and maybe create some chances, maybe find a path to the back, and just gets absolutely tossed over Nick's back. Still manages to find his way back to a guard in that half guard position. It's a very loose half guard, but continues to work that bottom knee up as Nick's having a tough time stabilizing and controlling Kyle as they move around here. Very dynamic grappler. Kyle carves up. Nick's settling, finding some comfort here in this top half guard. He's got his knee off the ground, so he's not at risk of being knee levered to the outside. But Kyle's starting to expose his arms in those frames. He finds an underhook of his own. As Nick wraps that head up, looking to potentially find that arm and guillotine opportunity. It's going to be tough from that half guard. But he might be able to put enough pressure on Kyle to open up those legs and potentially pass this half guard with that. Keeps working over to the side of the guard. See if he can free that leg. He does, as he looks to pass that bottom leg to establish a nice tight top side mount and get the finish with a guillotine from top side. More of a neck creep from that position than an actual strangle, but still painful nonetheless. Size difference is pretty noticeable between these two, so good patience again from Nick Lyons there on top.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee will stop to this fight with your winner by submission, Nicholas
Good showing from Nick Lyons this evening. Again, came out very animated, but once he's in a position on the ground, takes his time.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner will start at 7 p.m. 22 minutes.
I'm going to have a little break here as my compatriot comes back to the mic and refereeing.
It was impressive work there by Nick.
Yeah.
He was definitely the heavier man in that match, but he did a good job of using that guillotine, not burning his arms out trying to finish it, but using it to secure top position.
Yeah. I couldn't tell from your angle. Could you see, did he have that chin strap or did he have those hands connected?
He had the hands connected.
Hands connected. He was really just more so using it as a control mechanism.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking through to the broadcast was really him leveraging that the pressure on the back of the neck with that front head and arm position to free his legs from that half guard. And once he managed to find that side mount, it was, the size discrepancy definitely took over, and he was able to really get that neck crank there.
And there were a few times that Kyle was close to getting either a reversal or maybe even a triangle entry whenever he was able to get out to the side and get off
Very
the
dynamic
angle.
from the bottom.
Yeah. I wasn't sure. I think he might have had a look at a triangle there, but he was using it to try to get on top or maybe even take the back. And he got into close to a pendulum sweep type position, but Nick was able to settle his weight back.
Super comfortable on the bottom. I was impressed with that from Kyle. He seemed to be okay with having a guy considerably larger on top, pressuring him down, and you get those guys who are very flexible, very bendy, and they're fine playing in those almost inverted positions.
Yeah.
And having that weight driven down on them, it's impressive to see guys keep their composure.
Yeah.
My neck would snap like a rubber band under there, but
yeah, I've after enough years of jiu-jitsu, I think you have so many neck problems that you have to make sure your head doesn't get stuck.
We all have that phase where we like playing those inverted guards or those inverted games, but then age catches up to all of us, and I think unless you're Guy or Rafa Mendez, I don't know if you're playing upside down too long into your jiu-jitsu career.
Yeah. That's how I got both multiple bulging discs in my neck and cauliflower.
Oh yeah,
I love playing in
my ears came from early on white belt days, trying to escape triangles by just brute force pulling out. We've got a black belt from our gym, Daniel Hunt. He actually has a gym down in Atlanta. He's got one of the tightest triangles that I've ever felt, still to this day. This guy started training when he was 14 years old. Used to ride his bike 7 miles to the gym, one way. and then would train for 2 hours.
And then ride it back.
And triangles were his thing. So this guy is on a bike for,
he's getting his legs warmed up on the way to
3 hours a
practice.
day. Yeah. I mean, it's just impossible to break these triangles. Yeah, you get the people at the gas station who run into you. You're like, oh, do you fight? And people think that cauliflower ear comes from just getting punched in the head a lot. And I'm like, no, it comes from being stupid and not knowing how to get out of submissions.
Getting your head squeezed and fighting it the wrong ways.
Yeah. It's fun. It's funny being in a corporate setting, going to work, and you've got the one guy sitting at the table with cauliflower ear and tattoos, and everybody else is very clean cut. Kind of get some interesting looks there.
I get the same looks minus the tattoos. My CEO makes jokes about my cauliflower ears.
It's the life we've chosen or found an addiction in, whatever you want to call it. I think after a certain point, you kind of like, well, I can't walk away from it now.
Yeah, this is too much sunk cost.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think we're going to take a break here. The fighters are doing the rules meeting now, and we'll be returning with fights here at 7 p.m. So we'll see you guys then.
Talk to you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New Line Cagefighting 27 here at Central Bank Center in Lexington, Kentucky. Our main card is getting ready to kick off. Everybody hold your seats.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Getting ready to start the main card here. We have making his way to the blue corner, Michael, I believe that would be Delosier.
Looks right to me. A couple of big boys coming out.
Yeah.
Walker Keaton, training partner of mine. Not a small man.
Yeah, and both of these guys have a fair amount of experience, too. We've got, Michael's got 7 fights, 3 and 4, but won his last fight. This will be an interesting matchup. Anytime you get guys with that much experience, these guys are, a couple fights away from going pro.
Yeah. Walker's been training for a while. Been very active recently. Fought in the past, I want to say the past month.
Yeah, I believe he fought 2 weeks ago in Catlettsburg.
Yeah.
I was commentating on that card.
Yeah.
And he's on, I think, a 2-fight win streak. He hasn't lost in a couple years. He's got 2 fights in New Line, and he's won both of them.
Yeah.
So I've been impressed with him so far.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get his game plan going. Very, very heavy on the cage wrestling. Really likes to use his wrestling background to set up, an opportunity to take somebody down with some cage wrestling, and then finish the fight from the top. Not a slouch. He's purple belt in jiu-jitsu, so he's no stranger to the ground game. But he is a big fan of throwing that right hand and setting up a good takedown, and if nothing else, pushing somebody into the cage so he can wrestle a little bit with him.
His opponent here has got the extra high slits on the slit trunks there.
Yeah.
He's got them all the way up to his hips.
Little Muay Thai throwback there.
Yeah,
maybe?
I was going to say generally a sign that somebody wants that hip mobility whenever they're trying to kick her.
Be interesting to see how Walker does with the height difference here. The last fight he had against a guy, former heavyweight or D1 wrestler from Michigan State. Guy was about 6'5", 245, 250. Caused some problems for Walker. That was his last loss that he took. So we'll see if he can bounce back against this taller opponent here.
And sometimes when you're setting up takedowns, it's sometimes nice to be a little bit shorter because you can get underneath of the hips easier. But also, once they start pushing your head to the mat, like it's a big difference.
A lot of weight to carry on the back of the head and neck. Got Professor Rob Nickerson and Christian Arias, purple belt, in Walker's corner here. I don't know Michael's corner at all.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them, but they do appear to be. I'm not sure familiar with the gym, but they have Jim Keller's on, so I'm assuming it's an established gym. I've been really happy with the amount of local fighters we've been able to get on these cards here in Lexington. Like, these are almost a completely different set of people than we see on a lot of the other new line shows in Southern West Virginia.
Yeah, we were talking about it before this, but a lot of the fighters around here are very game. They're ready and willing to take a fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, first bout of the night is a fun 3-minute round heavyweight kickboxing championship. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing Elevated City and Two of the Tribe, Michael Demon Time Delorge. And his opponent behind the number in the corner, representing Immortal and Reaction MMA, from Columbus, Ohio, by way of Lexington, Kentucky, Walker Keaton.
This may be the last fight that you see Walker at heavyweight for a while. I think he's got aspirations of dropping a couple pounds.
He said that in his in-ring post-fight interview after the last one. That'd be the last time we see him at heavyweight, and then we see him at heavyweight 2 weeks later. So. See his opponent taking a measured distance stance, appears to be more of a striker like we expected when we saw the slick shorts. He's jabbed.
Nice catch by Walker. Looking at a cage wrestle here. Again, picking up that inside leg, with an ankle pick as he's driving his opponent into the cage.
Michael doing a good job so far of not conceding the position. He's still fighting.
Yeah, he's staying nice and high.
It'll be interesting if he can force a lot of wrestling exchanges as being more of a natural heavyweight. Generally, the more wrestling exchanges will favor the guy who's naturally supposed to be that size.
And like I said, Walker likes to, his game plan really is to utilize this cage, drive Michael into it, and make him just absolutely tired, just dog tired. Very patient on this cage. Even with Michael having that whizzer and fighting off the takedown. A couple little rabbit punches in there.
Yeah, we see Walker using good forehead pressure to keep him kind of glued up against the cage. He's looking for an inside triple or Soto-Gari action. Twist uses that to get to the back on that underhook, and now we see a Soto attempt here. He might be able to backstep and pull him out away from the cage and finish that, or it transitions down into a single.
Walker's got to be careful here to not burn himself out trying these takedowns. Let's see if he can find some inside position and get that base destabilized.
He uses that high crotch to pull him away and maybe go back towards the double, but he's back here in the high crotch position. Having a difficult time lifting the taller opponent.
Hands potentially locked in more of a double leg opportunity.
Michael doing a good job so far splitting the legs to stop Walker from being able to connect his hands.
Good heavy base, utilizing that whizzer. Strong on the shoulder there. He's got that height advantage, so he's able to really use the top of that shoulder to press down on Walker's.
And you see Michael has the composure of a man with 7 fights, right? He's not burning himself out there anything here. Stupid.
Yeah, he's no stranger to this cage.
He's really making Walker work for this takedown. We've seen him on the defensive here the entire round. But see interesting how second, potentially third round plays.
Walker's got good head position. He's been giving it up every now and then, and Michael's finding some of those little short uppercut shots. They're not super powerful. You're not taking a lot of damage, but you definitely know that they're there when they keep happening over and over again. Nice knee inside by Michael.
Yeah, that's you see Walker playing that kind of hips back style, looking for the doubles, kind of opens up some space for those knees.
Walker's head's getting a little low. We'll see if he can build back his posture here as he looks for this single leg, looks to dump this. Got 10 seconds left.
Solid defensive cage work here from Michael.
Yeah.
He looks thoroughly unconcerned. He doesn't have a few seconds left.
I'll be interested to see the cardio situation coming out of that with Walker spending so much time trying to work those takedowns. Michael seems unfazed.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see how these second and third rounds play out because I would say Walker, I mean, not much happened in that round, but I would say he won that round just based on that.
Give it a 10-9.
Yeah, I would say that's a 10-9, like pretty solid control.
You take damage out of it, you take submission attempts out of it, and you got cage dominance. I think that really was definitely Walker's round there.
And Michael appears to not be breathing deeply on the stool. Walker looks like he might be. So
yeah,
it's an interesting second and third round.
Walker's Achilles heel has always been that cardio, so making it past, his last two fights didn't make it out of the first round. So having to hang out with a guy who's clearly, like you said, experienced, 7 fights. He's got a 3-4 record, but 7 fights is nothing to shake a stick at. It's that experience that really takes people a long way in this game. So we'll see how Walker can recover here. See if this break in between rounds gives him enough time to catch his breath and really go back out and try that same game plan again. Second round underway. Got Michael's corner telling him to let his hands go, so sounds like he's ready to throw some shots and maybe not get backed up into this cage again.
You see him use a nice short, stiff jab.
Heavy jabs. Very comfortable on his feet, very comfortable striker. Low hands, though. Seems fairly confident with the reach advantage.
And I think he might be looking to down block if Walker shoots a double as well.
Very Muay Thai-esque. Light lead leg. Looking to throw some snappy jabs in there, see if Walker can push this pace. But if not, like you said, he's going to sprawl on that shot.
He's doing a good job, too. He's using the forward pressure to kind of back Walker up towards the cage. If Walker wants to drive him into the cage, he's going to have to go a long distance or turn him from on the cage. Very measured pressure. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing so far from Mike.
Nice little left overhand.
Now, if I was Michael, I would be very hesitant to throw a lot of kicks, but he threw one kind of feeler calf kick there and a nice jab to the body again.
I'm curious if it's not like Professor Rob to deviate from a game plan, but
That's a nice stinging right hand from Michael there.
I wonder if this is Walker going on his own and deviating from that strategy that he was looking at initially. That was an interesting little chopping left hand there.
Yeah, kind of down over the top. We saw him time that right hand as Walker threw a right hook as well.
Walker a little late to react to those jabs. I don't know how many he could eat and still expect to materialize anything in this round.
Michael appears very comfortable, but not doing anything silly so far.
Yeah, he's got Walker guessing. He's really on his back foot. Walker's a pressure forward kind of fighter, so it's interesting to see this first round that was so dominant from Walker be such a change.
It's a nice uppercut there on the shot.
It was a hard shot right to the liver.
To the body, yep. You see a swarm here.
Looks like this is going to be potentially it.
Now Walker's doing a good job.
See if Walker can recover.
He's going to have to try to wall walk.
Pressed up against the cage. He's letting him stand. He wants that body shot again.
Walker doing a good job protecting his body, but he takes a shot and sits. That's surely a sign from fatigue for a man like that.
That's a heavy body shot to the liver that he took.
Now he's
to even recover is impressive.
A good jab from Michael.
About 20 seconds left in this round. Let's see if Walker can make it out and weather this storm. Head kick. Mostly blocked. Coming down with a hammer fist.
Oh, and a head kick again.
Yep. Got 10 seconds left.
It looks like Walker's going to make it to the bell. Oh, nice right hand, left hook.
He's got a hell of a chin.
Walker's playing behind that shell guard. He's able to make it to the bell.
Yeah.
Big reversal of fortunes there. I believe we're tied there at 1 apiece.
Yeah, that's a 10-8 round all day to Michael.
Now, one thing I will say is I believe the Kentucky Athletic Commission generally avoids 10-8 rounds in amateur fights.
Interesting. I did not know that.
One of the commissioners was talking to us at the last event, and he said that as a general rule in an amateur fight, if there's something that he considers to be a 10-8, then it would probably be a stoppage.
Okay.
Because the amateurs, they give them a little less
Yeah.
leeway. Now, I would say that's
Yeah.
the level of control and dominance and the knockdown, and just no offense from Walker. I would call that a 10-8.
Close to a stoppage. It was interesting that Michael let him have that time to recover.
Yeah.
I think he had a real opportunity to finish Walker there and didn't capitalize on it. So still doesn't look tired. Walker definitely ate that liver shot there, and it's tough to recover from that. So we'll see if Walker has it in the tank to keep going.
And Michael's confidence has got to be extremely high going into this third round.
Absolutely.
I think he feels like Walker's best shot he was able to stop in the first round.
Even losing that first round, I mean, I think we can both agree that not really a loss from a cardio perspective or a damage perspective, more so just a control perspective.
Yeah.
So, in effect, that round did the most damage that we've seen this entire fight.
Exactly. Very interesting third round. Walker Keaton's going to have to dig deeper.
See how much he recovered.
I wonder what kind of adjustments Rob made in the corner as well. I would assume a lot of he's calling for forward pressure. Even if you're getting hit, you've got to have forward bias.
Yeah, like I said,
back foot on the cage.
It was interesting to see Walker so dominant in that first round, and then to back away from that strategy in that second round.
I think he feels maybe a little bit tentative coming forwards because of the jabs. But we see he's doing a better job this round. He's not backing up to the cage. He's maintaining forward pressure.
Yeah, if nothing else, Walker Keaton is a stubborn guy. So it's gonna take either a knockout or putting him down. Nice single leg attempt. Interesting to see him give that up so quickly in favor of this clinch work from the cage. But back to his bread and butter from round one.
Yep. And this will be interesting if he can stay. He's got that knee in the hole where he's probably trying to set up either that single leg or that Uchigari that we saw him setting up in the previous round.
Yeah, he really likes the Uchigari. And more so than anything, I don't know if he's going to be able to get it on Michael here, but a big fan of grabbing behind the knees for that simple double leg, just drag him down the cage, kind of old school cage wrestling.
And that's one of the things that you see with the big height differential here is that when Michael's splitting his legs, Walker's not able to connect his hands around that double leg, which would be
isolating on this single here. He might have an opportunity to knee to that same liver area that he caught with that left hand last round.
We're starting to see a transition where Walker's head is getting compromised.
Yeah. Really focusing on that inside single. A low single is a questionable choice here. Now Michael's sprawling around, looking to find a big knee to the body. Now he's not letting him up, covering those hips. Walker does have an underhook, so if he could potentially free a leg and maybe cage walk, he might be able to reverse this position.
One of the tough things about this spot, too, is you can't get any elevation with that butterfly because of the cage being behind.
No, and that underhook's nullified, right? He doesn't have any legs on the outside to be able to slip out and
now
find
he's lost the
back
underhook
position.
in favor of a 2-on-1.
Looking to underhook on Walker's left side, finding this lockdown with double unders position. He's not going to be able to do much here unless he starts to create some movement.
Yeah, he's starting to look towards an electric chair.
Yep.
He's got an underhook, but he's just not able to whip up, whip down, get to his sides like he needs to.
He's really got to monitor those shots from Michael here. Very effective position in grappling only, but commits so many of the limbs on the bottom player here to effectively use it in a MMA setting.
10 seconds left. They're calling for violence from Michael in the corner.
Showing off a little bit to the camera.
Thumbs up to his corner. That was an excellent fight, ladies and gentlemen, and I think we saw a good adjustment and game plan implementation potentially. I would assume if you're Michael Delosier, you probably expected Walker Keaton to try to put you against the cage.
Yeah. He's got plenty of game film out there to watch. It's no secret what his strategy was going to be. So I think Michael did a really good job of capitalizing on that research and taking advantage of that height discrepancy, and making Walker carry his weight on the back of his head and neck. Even when he got into those inside single opportunities, even when he had him in a situation where he was giving up underhooks and really prioritizing that whizzer, he still had such a height advantage. He was able to really, capitalize on pressuring down on the back of the head and neck and tiring Walker out.
Yeah. And we saw Walker, even though he was tired in that third round, he made the adjustments he needed to.
Came back to his game plan.
He's still fighting on the back foot right at the end of those jabs and straight right hands. And after, especially when you're tired after the first round and you got dropped with a body shot, like that's tremendous fighter heart to be able to go back to the game plan, get him back up against the cage. He wasn't able to convert, but those are the kind of things you're looking for if somebody long term in their career.
A lot of grit. Yeah. Well, the man's full of it. So, unfortunately, he wasn't able to use that that high single that he was able to pull in that third round. They're going to a fourth round.
Oh, this is a championship fight, so I believe it is going to be 5 3-minute rounds.
Okay. It's on our card as 3 3s.
Yeah.
Michael back to his
this is
heavy
a completely
jabs.
different fight now.
Yeah. We thought it was over, boys. We're back.
So now that digging deep from Walker in between rounds 3 and 4, or excuse me, in rounds 2 and 3 might play a part here a lot more as he gets down on like a low single. Michael makes him stand.
Yeah, Michael really, he's okay with those shots because he's able to dump that knee and really turn away from it. Walker going for that low single is interesting. He's not setting it up with any jabs or any overhand punches, which is typically what you look to see when you're trying to find that single leg in MMA. But
I think he's perhaps a bit cautious because he's getting countered when he leaves the punches.
Getting backed up against the cage wall. Big head kick from Michael Delosier.
Oh, and another.
That might be it, folks. Walker's covering up. Ref's looking at potentially stopping this one. Heavy ground and pound, and that's a stoppage.
Very excited after his victory.
Very, very excited.
And that's got to feel like a big win to come in.
Most emotion we've seen out of Michael all night.
Yeah. He did a good job of controlling his emotions during the fight.
Let it all out afterwards.
And I would assume, like I said, that was his game plan coming in, was to try to weather the early storm from Walker.
Yeah.
And getting tired and then winning the later rounds, especially if they knew it was a 5-round fight coming into it.
Yeah. Michael Delosier moves to 4-4. The heavy performance of nice jabs, throwing in a good flurry of head kicks, and that left hook to the body that dropped Walker in that second round. I don't think he was the same after that.
Yeah.
Rest of the fight.
Good show of respect for both of the fighters here.
Yeah. Walker's got to go to work after this, actually. That's why he's the first. That's why he's the first fight of the night.
He's going to go to work with a nice bloody nose and a good story to tell.
He runs security and music for a local club, so he's no stranger to having a bloody nose at work, I don't think. Impressive performance from Delosier.
We'll see him crowned with this new Line Cagefighting. I believe this is the first time they've issued an amateur heavyweight title belt.
Yeah, it was vacant before tonight.
Great performance against a really tough guy who's on the win streak. How you feel about it?
I'm super good, but I feel like I'm prepared for it. I have a lot of guys pull up fights for me, and so we took this fight for $48. But we full of division more wrestlers, and I ain't worried about nobody wrestling, so we'll come in and get the job done.
What's next?
I'll be able to put the guy for me. I'll take it tomorrow for the time career. Or they want to feed me a pro, we can do that too. I'm ready.
Make some noise for Michael Delosier, your new heavyweight champion.
Delosier with the 4th round TKO. He's on to 4-4.
missed Malik's fight, so he didn't make a trip for now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the light heavyweight MMA division. I believe this is Jordan Luna going to be making his way to the cage.
No, we switched these. So this is
switch,
Jeremy Karshner and Quentin Campbell.
So we see Quentin Campbell making his way to the blue corner now.
So 196 plus. I guess that's the catch weight.
And actually, that's the heavyweight cutoff in kickboxing.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
this is a kickboxing. Yeah, pro heavyweight kickboxing.
And interestingly enough, this is one of the quarterfinals from a 4-man tournament they were running. But the other quarterfinal happened at the Catlettsburg card and actually went to a draw. So those guys are going to fight again, and then the winner will fight the winner of this bout in the finals of our inaugural pro heavyweight kickboxing Grand Prix.
Classic kickboxing shorts on. Always fun to see what people do with their attire.
And making his way to the cage now will be Jeremy Karshner. Now, Jeremy's somebody we're very familiar with. He's making his pro heavyweight kickboxing debut here. But Karshner is on, I believe, a 7-fight pro boxing winning streak. He's the reigning New Line heavyweight boxing champion.
Got 2 other limbs to bring into this fight this time.
And he had a background in MMA. Took some time off, got back together with a better coaching structure, I believe. And Karshner really has. I mean, a 7-fight win streak is nothing short of like inspiration, right? I mean, he took a bunch of time off, and since he came back, he hasn't lost. Fighting the toughest guys that New Line has to throw at him in the heavyweight division. Really kind of cleaned out the division, with the exception of maybe Billy Poe, who won a fight on one of the more recent cards, but. I think that was part of the switch here to the kickboxing division. So he kind of cleaned out that heavyweight division and wasn't super interested in rematches with some of the people he beat decisively before.
Okay. Give me some insights into this, into the rule set for the fans who are used to MMA or who are, familiar with some of the grappling.
Yeah. So
strikes that are legal, right? If you're familiar with Muay Thai, is it fairly similar?
Yes.
Elbows and knees?
No elbows, but knees to the head are legal. Kicks to the head are legal. And they will let them work a little bit in the clinch. It's kind of K1 style in the clinch, where they have you can hold a collar tie and land knees, a couple short punches, and then they'll break you.
And they'll break it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Could see some of these bigger guys look to utilize some of that clinch work.
I actually got a chance to grapple Karshner. We ended up going to a draw. It was pretty uneventful, but I can say that he is
big guy.
Yeah, he's a big dude. He's very powerful.
Yeah, he looks like it.
And he actually grappled my grappling opponent, dropped out, and he took it after he had a pro boxing fight earlier in the night. So.
Gotta love guys who are game to go at any time.
This is the second fight of the Grand Prix. The winner of this fight will go on to run for the championship for the night. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing Lexington, Kentucky, and Tribe MMA, Quentin Campbell.
Northern Kentucky guy. Covington.
A little bit of a crowd talk here.
Representing Commercial Point, Ohio, Jeremy Karshner.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are joined in the booth, I would say unfortunately, by Caution Custom Wrestling, who was supposed to have was a pro boxing match tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
His opponent didn't show up, so it's an unfortunate night for him, but I'm happy that we have somebody with a little more striking experience.
Makes our job
with
so
the
much
two
easier.
jiu-jitsu guys, so, especially as we're moving into the kickboxing division.
So from what I can see already, it seems like Jeremy is going to use his boxing more to get inside. More powerful hands, more comfortable in that exchange.
It's relatively same height, so I don't know if a distance advantage comes to one or the other, but
it's just going to be the comfortability in the pocket.
And this is my first time getting to see Quentin Campbell fight, so it'll be interesting to see, because you would have, just from the boxing that I've seen, Karshner's maybe not the tightest inside defense, but he has big power, so he historically does well in the pocket just by having such a power advantage. He can eat shots, but when he hits people, they get hurt every time. general rule.
The interesting thing here is that Quentin seems to be marching more like he's doing a Muay Thai fight. He keeps raising his knee or his leg.
It would be interesting to see if he could put some leg kicks on Karshner. Karshner's very heavy on that front leg in his boxing stance. It would be interesting to see if that could come into play. But right now he seems content to try to box with Karshner, which I don't think would be a good idea.
It is not. Quentin definitely needs to start adding those kicks. A leg kick, like you said, would be great. It'll start taking away some of Jeremy's power.
You see Quentin, maybe he's watched some tape, but you see him circling more to the inside of Jeremy's stance, which is typically not what you're looking to do, circle to that right hand. Maybe he's afraid of that left.
I think part of that is Karshner's got a big left hook overhand kind of combination.
You can see him in that almost Philly shell style, low left hand, mid right hand, looking to whip it up there.
Quentin has to go. He can't wait. The longer he waits, the more comfortable Karshner gets.
Nice leg kick from Jeremy there.
Oh, that was beautiful. Good job to the body. That's going to start stealing away from Glenn later on in rounds.
A little bit wild on the inside there.
Almost got a clean knee, though.
Yeah.
He has to be careful throwing that kick. Throwing it a little bit
low leg to the shin. Telegraphed that too much. He was able to catch that the left hand.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of a differential in the boxing skill and the kicking skill of Karshner, though he has landed some kicks in this fight.
If I'm Karshner's corner, I'm going to tell him just to focus on the boxing. Quentin's not giving us any real threat with the kick, so he needs to go ahead. Not necessarily blitz, but create the pressure with his boxing.
No reason to use the legs to keep him heavy on his stance.
And quite frankly, we haven't seen anything power-wise from Quentin that would seem to back him out of there. That was a nice crisp jab that he
landed. He's moving more, which is great, but can he keep that pace up?
And this will be 4 rounds as well in this pro kickboxing division.
That was a nice little body kick.
And I'm not, again, not super familiar with the work of Quentin, but I know Karshner. I've seen him in a number of 4 or more round fights, so I know he's comfortable with 4 and 6
he's got the gas tank.
Professional boxing matches. So.
Quentin seems a bit lighter on his feet, but again, for a heavyweight, if I'm his corner, I'm telling him to slow it down just a little bit, plant his feet just a little bit more, because I just can't see him keeping that pace up for 3 more rounds.
Be interesting to see.
Like he's gassing a bit.
It'll be interesting to see if Quentin can start to pick up on some of those tells that Jeremy had. Really likes to load up his body to fire off those kicks when they're coming, so maybe he can counterpunch those. If he can catch those telegraphed setups, might have an opportunity there.
Yep, and if you're, I would imagine if you're Jessica, who we got to watch grapple earlier tonight, in the corner there of Jeremy, she's probably telling him just more of the same, maybe more of the boxing pressure.
Absolutely. Let them hands go. Let them fly. This round we should start seeing, hopefully we see more body work from Karshner. Maybe a 1, 2, 3 to the body would be a great combination for him. Quentin seems to keep his hands very high.
Especially if Quentin keeps circling away from that left. He's not going to have as many opportunities to loop on over that defense. Well, that one landed, and so did that one.
Yeah, definitely.
We see Karshner, he generally has kind of that more of a Philly shell, like lean back on his back leg defense when he gets in the pocket.
I wonder if Quentin has the capability of throwing a head kick.
Interesting.
Karshner's hands stay very low.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one of the downsides about trying to carry that Philly shell over into boxing. Nice overhand right.
Big looping overhand right that just missed.
You can't get the leg up there.
Yeah, it's almost like a crescent kick.
Just need to go right over top on the right side.
These big guys are flexible every now and then.
It shocks me every time.
Right?
If Karshner would just throw a little bit of that power to the body instead.
We saw him land a nice jab to the body in the first round, but we haven't seen him go back to it.
He's gone away from it, and I don't know why. You know, that's the downfall to the heavier weight classes. Is if you can attack that body and really make them taxed from a cardio perspective. Big guys will throw hands all day, but once you start attacking that body,
see right there, that's where he needs to go. Good. 1, 2, 3. Load up the 3 to the body. It'll be there every time for him.
Lunging overhand right there.
Yeah, but right into the glove, that high defensive cable.
Nice leg kick there off the hands to set it up. Inside leg.
Inside leg kick into a jab, yeah.
Oh, he's flipping that jab out there a little bit more now. He's gone back to it. That was a nice inside leg kick off the leg.
One thing you'll notice about Karchner is he very rarely throws either like a pure straight jab or even like a pure classic left hook. It's more of that kind of hybrid, a little bit of like a winging style.
It's like a snap almost.
Yeah, very heavyweight, a little bit loopy.
We've all been influenced by Alex Sahara just a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, everybody wants to catch that one that just loops over. It's a good heavy leg kick. Made him think about that.
Caught him while he was throwing a jab too.
That was
so
a
there's
great
lot of
exit.
weight.
I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I just saw Quentin's eyes, and they're very focused in the middle of Jeremy's chest. He's not concerned about the head, really focused on kind of splitting the body and monitoring the hands and the feet at the same time because he's getting such a flurry of combinations from the legs and the hands from Jeremy.
I would like to see Jeremy throw a little bit more, just a few more pepper shots to open up some of those big punches.
Yeah, and that's something we've seen a lot in his boxing matches as well. He doesn't use a lot of short, snappy punches to set things up or mix the pace up. It's hard all the time.
Like you mentioned, he's got that heavy, heavy weight on the back foot. The heels down the entire time.
I believe we got to be looking at 2 rounds tonight for Jeremy Karchner.
100%.
A couple good shots in there, but not enough to make any reasonable amount of damage for Quentin. So it'll be interesting. 2 more rounds to go. We'll see if Quentin can bounce back here. If you're in the corner with Quentin, does your strategy change, like you were talking about earlier?
Before, again, I'm telling him to slow down a bit. Let's pick up on some leg kicks, throw them after every jab or every cross. Just start beating up that leg so he can't plant as much. Since he's not throwing pepper shots to get inside, you're going to be able to back away from all of his big, powerful shots and then look to counter right over top.
I think those pepper shots that you're talking about really, work in Quentin's favor. If they're both just loading up and taking a couple flurries of exchanges each, I got to put my money on Jeremy for those.
If I'm touching him up top just to score points and going heavy to his legs every time. Like those
different stance from Jeremy coming out. He's kind of gone away from that Philly shell, and both hands are a little bit higher.
Quentin has the quicker hands.
That was a nice jab and then an inside kick. But he gets driven back with those big blitzes. And I don't think anything even landed cleanly there, but
It's just powerful.
Good counters.
the other thing about being able to establish that leg kick, if Quentin could, is that also opens up that question to kick up over that Philly shell.
Yeah.
If he has that in his arsenal.
We've seen him get the leg up there, so.
If he just throws a right head kick, he doesn't even need to throw the head question mark.
Yeah, the hand's so low. He's got to slip it or he's going to eat it.
A nice left hook to a head kick or even just a jab. At least throw it so he knows that it's there.
That left hand slowly migrating lower and lower for Jeremy as the match goes on.
And we saw Quentin starting to establish a decent body kick there, but then Karchner just backs him off with another powerful blitz.
Karchner has an interesting way of checking that leg kick.
A little side kick into a left hand.
Definitely slipped off there. Made some good connection.
And I think we might have heard the corner making some of those adjustments we were talking about, because we're seeing a lot more kicks out of Campbell this round.
Yeah. Who's that? Alex Pereira looping left.
That was a good check by Karchner.
We're starting to see Quentin slow down again. That movement is starting to take its toll. If Karchner would fire something to the belly, he could probably get him out of here this time.
Yeah, it's interesting. Jeremy's kept relatively the same pace the whole time, irrespective of what Quentin's done.
Yeah, and you see Karchner kind of almost has a little bit of that Sean Strickland style. Heels on the mat, forward pressure.
Yep.
He's very comfortable right now.
Looking to counterpunch.
doesn't feel in trouble, knows he's winning.
Campbell switched stances and fought out of southpaw there for a second. I believe that's the first time we've seen him do that this fight, at least for that extended period of time.
I gotta tell you, I know we're not having to deal with small gloves and grappling, but watching two heavyweight kickboxers like this be able to go this long.
Does Jeremy have a cut on his chin? I might be mistaken, but I thought I saw a little bit of blood on his left chin.
I think you might be right.
We'll see if Jessica goes to work there on it.
If they notice that they're not concerned with it, at least.
All right, if I'm Jeremy's corner, I'm telling him, let's go to that body. Let's try to get this finished, at least to send a message to the person that he's going to be fighting in the finals.
Yeah, I would agree. It was a pretty interesting fight that we saw go to a draw in the first round on the other side of the bracket. So those gentlemen will be rematching for the opportunity to fight in the finals.
I don't think I see any damage.
It.
Oh, left shin. Yeah, you're right. That might have been that checked.
Yeah, I would agree. It probably came off of one of those checks.
Yeah.
Still throwing it so it doesn't seem to be too damaged. Maybe just a little bit of skin.
Now, if you're Campbell, this is go big or go home at this point. You know, not fight recklessly, but you gotta.
I think he's.
You gotta be busy and try to put Marshall out.
He's managed the fight pretty well so far. I think he's relatively stayed out of damage.
Thanks. Where was that earlier?
Yeah, that was a beautiful left hook to the body.
The great thing about it makes his hand. He lowers his hands even more now to defend his body. Go upstairs.
Throw it again and come back to the overhand right.
But he's a little bit more active. He has to know he's behind.
He landed a bit of a body kick in that one previous exchange.
Jeremy's
Did a good hip turn.
Jeremy's corner. Ooh.
It is not time for anything spinning.
Scored a knockdown.
That was more of a slip.
Yeah, I think he just called it a slip.
Jeremy's corner calling for Jeremy's hand, his right hand to come up higher. Seems to have migrated back to that Philly shell style.
Quentin has to commit.
Yeah, he seems to be kind of contented to let the fight play its course out the way it has.
With Jeremy's hands as low as they are, Quentin can commit to even a 1-1-2. He might be able to change the tide of this fight.
Or even just a hard slip forward. Slip his head off over his lean leg. He kind of did it from very far away.
The body. Two to the body there.
I feel like the power is just a bit too much for him right now. It's making him too hesitant to coming in.
There's that switch back to southpaw for Quentin.
That opens up that right hand for Carson.
Jeremy does not respect Quentin's hands at all.
He hasn't shown any power to make Carson respect his hand. Now that was a good body kick, but I think it went into the elbow.
Quentin's hand's really dropping for the first time in this fight.
Just for how much he's dancing around his cage, he had to do about a mile.
Yeah, still very heavy on the footwork this round, even though. Well, he landed a nice left hook there, but I think he still got the worst of that exchange.
Without him sitting down on any of his punches or kicks, he's constantly moving away, so he's robbing himself of power.
That was a knockdown.
He definitely knocked down.
Call that one a knockdown on the right hand.
Carson had a couple words for Quentin there.
A little bit of that was exhausting, to be honest with you.
I agree. I think his reaction to it was the reason he was not scoring knockdown.
Jeremy coming out with a heavy flurry after that knockdown. Really looking to put Quentin away here.
That was a great fight. Entertaining.
Yeah, I think moving forward, I think Carson could benefit from mixing up his paces a little bit. I think change-ups. But and it was more than enough to get the work done tonight. You see, like, he's got such big power that guys don't want to stay in the pocket very
Too
long.
many gaps between his combinations, you think?
Yeah.
Maybe shortening those gaps and throwing some longer combinations, some setups with his kicks.
He throws so much power with his hands. If he can learn just a few coverage shots, it'll help him get inside. With him lunging at every opportunity to get a big punch off, it's too easy for his opponents to see it. Just one or two jabs before those big punches, he'll land them every time.
Yeah, it's almost equivalent to putting the pedal down on a 500 horsepower sports car. You know, if you're mashing the gas every time, that gas tank's going to run out quicker. Maybe feather the clutch every now and then, right?
Yeah. And that's one of the things with Karshner, that's the style that he's shown in all of his pro boxing matches as well. So he's comfortable. He knows that he can only throw a small number of very, very powerful combinations and maintain that pace for 4 hard rounds. Go to the center for the official decision.
Got everybody excited.
The judges for this fight, 39-36, 39-36, and 40-35 for your winner, Jeremy Karshner. Make some noise for Jeremy Karshner. Let's show them before this. How do you feel? I actually feel good. Considering I'm all giving up during my own game. A bunch of people that want to fuck through it, but it's not how we game. We came out here to fight. I took the fight. I don't like to pull out. I came out here and gave everything.
And so now you're moving on to the next round of the kickboxing grade 3. Are you going to do boxing at all anymore? Or just working on kickboxing right now?
We kickboxing came out of we went over to Columbia next month. Compete over there in boxing. But in the meantime, I have to keep boxing 12 or 14 years. So it's a little different.
It was good to see you, my friend.
Thank you.
Everybody give it up to Jeremy Karshner.
That was a good match.
Yeah, beautiful work by Karshner.
Yeah. Next up is Ryan Bryant and Jordan Luna.
Yeah.
That
And,
looks like.
and I believe Ryan Bryan is a training partner of yours, right?
He is, yeah. He's a big boy. Ryan, if you know him, you know the story. But Ryan came to our gym. He came to Reaction about 315, 320. He's a former offensive lineman at the University of Kentucky. Hung his cleats up and put some gloves on, and came in very coachable. And is just an absolute stud athlete. So when you mix a good training camp, good instruction with that kind of physical ability, you get somebody like Ryan Bryan who's come out and been really impressive in his very young MMA career.
That's excellent. Well, I've truly enjoyed my time with you guys, but I have to go get Lake ready to win his fight.
Fantastic.
Lake Green is going to do absolutely excellent. I can't wait for you guys to see what we've been working on. All I'm going to say is, watch it coming. Have a great day.
So yeah, Qasim was with us here for a little while. Qasim was supposed to fight tonight. His opponent didn't show up. I was interested to watch that fight.
It's good to hear the perspective of somebody with a ton of striking experience.
Yeah, so Qasim's 2-0 in PKFC right now.
Nice.
In bare knuckle, he was going to make his pro boxing debut.
Those guys are built different, man.
Yeah, and he's experienced pro MMA fighter and amateur MMA fighter. In fact, way back in the day in the same promotion, he and I won amateur titles on the same night.
Nice.
I won the 155 belt, he won the 145 belt. There were a few times when the promoters were trying to match us up. It just never worked out.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to have him in the booth.
Well, that was a few pounds ago. I don't know if you guys are going to get matched up anymore.
Yeah, I think the difference is vast.
Yeah.
Now, yeah. Unless I get like a leg amputated or something.
So this will be an interesting fight. Jordan looks to have a considerable amount of height to him, and Ryan is standing about 6'4", 6'5".
So we've got two big light heavyweights here, both 3-0 as well. Like these are guys with good records. This is a tough match for both of them.
I'd be shocked if Ryan's not 215, 218 right now. Weighing in at 205 last night. Got rehydrated, got fed, had a nice T-bone steak.
And we saw Ryan fight here in Lexington before, I believe.
Very recently.
Yeah, with a triangle choke.
Yeah, he's very game off his back. Prefers to stand, but he is no slouch. He is a very tough. He's got his blue belt under Professor Rob Nickerson out of Reaction MMA. And those belts aren't given, folks. They are earned.
We see Rob in the corner there as well.
Yeah. Professor Rob Nickerson. We've got Grant Holland, another mixed martial arts fighter, kickboxer, Muay Thai, heavy striker in Ryan's corner tonight as well. See if Ryan looks to employ this oblique kick, which unfortunately is named oblique kick, but it's typically targeted at the knee of your opponent.
Yeah, I think it's just called that because the angle that the foot is thrown at is an oblique angle, but it's a strange.
That makes, that's the first time I've heard it make any sense to me.
It still doesn't make that much sense, I'll be honest, but that's the way I've heard it explained. So.
Yeah, I saw him drilling that a little bit this morning, actually.
Now, one thing that'll be interesting here is you see two guys who are above the average height of the weight class.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're very, they've got that John Jones when he was at 205, that kind of height. Got some Reaction fans in the house and some people who are not so big of fans. I think kind of happens in a small market, folks.
Yeah, we had a very split Reaction and hybrid crowd the last time. So the other dynamic that plays out a lot of times is when you get two taller guys, a lot of times you see taller guys have a game that's centered around being taller than their opponent.
Using the length, yeah. They don't have that advantage this time. So we'll see if one of the fighters choose to exploit some inside game here. Both of them still staying at some distance. Ryan throwing some kicks to the body, and there's that oblique kick right down to the knee of Jordan Luna.
So Jordan kind of content to try to play a little bit of a forward pressure game, at least the first few stanzas of this round. But he's got a very high single leg pickup here.
And again, Ryan, no slouch in the grappling game. He's got to watch out for his neck here. But as long as he clears that leg across his body on this takedown.
Luna doing a good job fighting that for that underhook with his right arm now.
There's that leverage I was talking about.
And he needs to split his legs wider. I believe Ryan's got his hand. Oh.
Missed the suplex.
Yeah. He had good double unders control there.
Yeah. Missed the suplex. Ryan is very, very tough to hold down, though.
Yeah, we saw Luna went for an Americana immediately after the transition instead of stabilizing control. But now
as Ryan rolls into a leg lock exchange.
So we're in double outside Ashi, but it's very difficult. You don't want to get stuck underneath that leg drag turtle position, which is kind of where he's at right now.
I think Ryan holding on to that ankle for a little bit allowed him to gather some composure. Still in that turtle position. Holding on to the gloves. Hooks coming in from Jordan Luna as he takes Ryan Bryant's back.
He's starting to come up, maybe look to transition to the arm triangle as he comes up. But Ryan does a good job getting all the way to his side to deny that. Still kind of hunting that arm triangle, but
looking for a good underhook, half guard bottom here for Ryan Bryant as Jordan starts to pepper him with a couple shots. Reaching over for a Kimura.
Kimura on the same side as the half guard.
With a knee shield in.
Now he converts to the other side half guard with the Kimura, but he loses the Kimura.
He's lost his underhook, but he's got this knee shield position. Potentially looking to leverage this wrestle up here.
He needs a few shots for his troubles. Luna's done a very good job of getting the hooks quickly when he's on.
Very quick to get those hooks in.
Now, the thing about back control in MMA is it's very difficult to finish RNCs.
You'll notice, and you'll notice Ryan looking to use that arm underneath the knee to escape that back body triangle. Ryan still maintaining this underhook, looking to use this to potentially wrestle up here. He's got to get to his left side here.
It's good double undershoot here. Very entertaining opening round there.
Yeah.
I would assume that goes 10-9 Jordan Luna.
Yeah, I would think so. Even with that, even with Ryan catching that kick and driving into that single leg and using that cage wrestling, I think that failed suplex, that belly to belly that he missed there, and really just fell right into mount. He was kind of on the defensive from then on out.
Yeah, that was an interesting because he was able to get his hands locked high around the butt, but instead, usually there you'd see people try to convert it to the big pickup double leg,
right.
style, and turn it around. And instead, he elected to try to go for a back arch.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was a leverage problem that he had, but maybe Ryan being used to picking up shorter guys in that situation and being able to carry them to the appropriate corner. It's something that we teach a lot in our MMA classes. Is getting the fight into the corner where your coaches are, right? And maybe that was something he was looking to do, but I think that height discrepancy there that he's not used to potentially affected that ability to do that.
And Jordan Luna having good posture and good balance and being able to get his hips high enough, that's kind of why he was able to fall down into the mount.
Absolutely.
Now, Luna probably could have controlled that mount a bit better. He got a little greedy, I think, reaching for the Americana right as soon as they hit. And that sort of allowed Ryan to get into his defensive cycles to where he was never able to really get back to mount. He was able to get back mount a few times, but Ryan was able to escape that well back into half guard.
Right.
So.
Yeah, we'll see how the cardio holds up here for both these fighters. I know Ryan is.
And this will be another 5-round fight. So.
Yeah. This is for a title, I believe. Light heavyweight championship.
Tight defense on the inside, but Ryan's getting some offensive cycles going this round.
He's confident with his hands for somebody who's done it for such a short amount of time compared to most people who are fighting for an amateur title at this point in their career. He's looked very, very dominant in most of his exchanges.
Oh, that was a good knee.
You notice he's throwing combinations that are they're setup focused, right? He's not shortchanging his setups, so if they land, that's a bonus. But the second and third and fourth shots that are coming off of those are where he's making his money.
A nice left hand from southpaw and a jab over top of the guard.
You'll notice that Ryan likes to make contact with the outside of that lead left hand of Jordan Luna and really peel that hand down and snap a quick jab in there.
Yeah, and that also lets him establish the distance that he wants for that left head kick.
Notice that setup. Ryan will fake shots all day and shell up and get inside and really, like we were talking about in that first round, looks to be the one that's utilizing that inside space and control.
That was a good leg kick landed there by Ryan as well. Corner calling for a little more urgency from Jordan. He eats a body kick as he throws a jab. Oh, and a nice 1-2 there from Jordan Luna. Now, is Ryan a kind of a switch hitter, or does
he is? He actively works and trains to fight from both stances.
We've seen him make some adjustments and switch back to the orthodox stance.
Yeah, I think in when he was an offensive lineman, I think they had him on both sides of the line.
Okay.
So he's he's got very mobile hips, very active feet. So he's no stranger to switching that stance up. And I think it only benefits him. So he's not a one-dimensional, one-stance fighter.
Oh, there's that good oblique kick to the knee.
Yeah. That was paying off for him in the first round. It's surprising that he just went back to it.
That was a nice right uppercut up underneath. I couldn't tell if it made contact with the chin, but it seems like it found the pocket in between the elbows.
Now, I'm not sure how experienced Jordan is from a grappling perspective, but it definitely looked like the more competent grappler. And I would say that on the feet, Ryan's got the upper hand here.
Yeah. I would agree.
I think he's had Jordan, in a defensive posture most of the fight. There's that control, that wrist control that Ryan's looking for again. Some flying knees, coming back with a right knee off of the left that he hit.
Jordan's having success with that 1-2 against the southpaw stance when he can time it correctly and let it go.
There's that cardio that I was talking about. You know, seeing Jordan take some big breaths. The heel's dropping. He's been a traditional heel up on his back right foot the whole match, and I just noticed those last 10 seconds or so, he's really kind of sinking that weight.
Now, I would imagine if you're Rob Nickerson, you probably are in the corner picking up on the same things we saw, which is the relative advantage that Ryan has seems to be in the striking. I think he's probably trying to tell him to stay in open space, keep those striking exchanges going.
We talked about John Danaher earlier, being a prolific mind in jiu-jitsu and being able to strategize and and look at these grapplers, right? Take that same level of strategy and apply it to Professor Rob Nickerson when he's cage side. He will actively call out tells, change strategy, find openings that maybe we didn't see on film beforehand. He's a genius when it comes to this. He'll be able to tell some of the calls he'll hear him make. He'll tell him the setup that's going to be used. And then he'll see it once, and then that's all he needs to see to know it's going to come again.
And that's one of the things that comes along with not only having a great mind for fighting, but also having watched the sport for so many years. Your brain is just chunking all that information.
Yeah.
You're so good at pattern recognition and understanding what the other corner is thinking at the same time.
Yeah, right now I would imagine, I can't hear Professor Rob, but I would imagine that little combination, that left hook, right uppercut combination that he noticed landed a couple times for Ryan in this last round. I think we're going to see him go back to it again. Ryan switching to that southpaw stance effortlessly.
And he's had a lot of success there.
Back to orthodox, little glancing knee there. And back to that oblique kick.
And we see Jordan Luna seems kind of perplexed, like he's trying to solve a puzzle that's just a bit above his pay grade right now.
I think that's what's been so impressive about Ryan. Again, he's only been training for a couple of years now, and to see him be able to confuse fighters and grapplers, he's no, like I said, he's no slouch on the ground, but to be able to confuse people with so many different techniques and them not be able to find so many patterns, I think has been one of the more impressive things that I've seen for such a young fighter.
Now we see Jordan starting to be a little bit more offensive.
Yeah, he's
having
definitely
more success. He can't stay on the end, and he's just getting perplexed by it.
Yep, and now he's going to his grappling game. And I think we'll see Ryan try and cover that head to a front headlock position and really use this cage to potentially find a Darce setup here.
Yeah, that's what it looked like he might be reaching for.
And I think Jordan's doing a good job of going low.
Big knee to the body as Jordan Luna stands.
Ryan needs to not get overzealous here.
Good cut.
But as he finds that potential for a triangle here, he's got one arm exposed, and now he's looking to arm drag to the back. And a nice flower sweep from Ryan Bryant to land up in a top half guard.
Absolutely beautiful. And what he needed in that, he needed to not let Jordan Luna settle on top of him.
This is a guy you don't want to have underhook, crossface, shoulder pressure as he drives over to that quarter mount with a heavy underhook, looking to pin that bottom arm and pepper him with some shots as he moves to a full mount and exposes the back of Jordan Luna. Using that cage to find the leverage and push off.
Jordan Luna's able to stand. Is he going to be able to take him over the top? It looks like at
good
this point,
chest wrap there from Ryan as Jordan still finds his way on top. In a full close guard situation now.
I'm impressed with the transitions that Jordan's making, even when he's a bit tired here on the ground. That's a sign to me that he's a skilled grappler, that he's still able to win those exchanges when he's
absolutely. A little flat as Ryan drags him into that underhook back take position. But Jordan gets his back to the mat. Going to a knee on belly.
Jordan appeared to be trying to hit a wrestle up, but he flattened out there for a second.
I think Ryan will probably be fairly content here to.
Jordan's doing a good job of getting that butt up high to shake him off the top. It's one of the difficult things about playing the back in MMA. I caution my MMA fighters generally. against playing a lot of the back. Beautiful work there by Ryan Bryant.
Very dominant position. Even though Jordan started that exchange with some heavy pressure forward, Ryan was able to reverse the position and really capitalize on that wall wrestling.
Yeah, the 2 times that Luna was able to get on top in those scrambles and exchanges, we saw Ryan not settle, get back on top, and get even more dominant position.
Yeah, absolutely. He did get a little excited there in some of those grappling exchanges, but we saw that that chest lock position where he had that 10-finger grip and those 2 underhooks from the back. He was able to still not slide off. Typically, when that bottom opponent is standing their hips high and their head low, they're looking to shuck their opponent off their back and bring them forward. And Ryan was able to still turn it into a back take exchange.
Yeah, even with asymmetrical hooks, it's tough to not slide off the back.
Absolutely.
And Luna's, for the most part, doing the right things in those grappling exchanges. He just doesn't seem to have the kind of pressure that he needs to pin Ryan to the mat.
Yeah, Ryan does a really good job of and something we didn't see Jordan necessarily do when he was in that situation. Ryan does a really good job of not only pressuring when he's in a grappling situation, but also throwing punches to keep his opponent guessing. And I think that's what kept Jordan on the run there and really kind of having to sacrifice those positions.
I believe we're looking at 2 rounds to none or excuse me, 2 rounds to 1 for Brian at this point.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. It was a heavy knee.
And if you're Luna, you got to be looking for something to change the pace of this fight. You don't want it to keep going exactly the way that it's progressing right now for another 2 rounds.
Both of them come out a little slow.
Back fist lands. Oh, and a nice right hook.
That was a heavy back fist. As Ryan looks to pepper shots here.
And a nice right hand by Jordan Luna, though.
Good right hand. And a nice belly to back. Off the cage.
Now he's got to, if I were him right now, I'd be going right away to the half and try to turn him back to his. Yeah.
See, this is where Ryan was able to capitalize.
Jordan is trying to go to the back, but he needs to get on top. He needs to win the hip height battle, and he does. He's able to mount. Now, will he be able to stick him here, though? Now, he appears to have an underhook on the far side. Oh, he let it.
He's got 2 underhooks.
Yep.
And I think we're going to see a potential bridge and roll here from Ryan.
And Luna went to grapevines, I believe, as he felt that coming.
I think he's looking for this isolation on
he's
Ryan's right arm.
Looking a lot for that Americana. Now he's in an arm triangle, though. Now, how are his finishing mechanics? He seems to be low enough. Ryan's doing a good job getting that elbow to the mat. So you see a lot of people using that kind of bringing their arm over their head.
Superman swim move almost.
Yeah. One of the hardest things to deal with.
Jordan doing a good job of grapevining those legs.
Jordan looking towards a Kimura from mount, which is generally ill-advised. If I were him, I would be focused more on keeping those underhooks and keeping Ryan pinned.
Maybe a little topside straight armbar here.
Yeah. He's working the old school, he's called the mousetrap sequence. Now he's back on that Americana that he's been looking for all night.
I think this is going to give Ryan an underhook that he's looking for.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Jordan is a little bit overambitious with some of these submission attempts.
He's doing a good job of keeping Ryan's hips faced away from him and threatening those attacks, so he has to continue to turn away.
We see Jordan Luna's head just very far over that side. I think he doesn't seem to have the pinning mechanics developed yet.
Yeah. And definitely not throwing the same volume of punches that we saw.
Now we see him digging on that arm triangle again. This time he's got a better angle.
This one's pretty deep.
He's got forehead to forehead. He might be able to finish this, ladies and gentlemen. He's got good mechanics. He needs to drop a lot of shoulder pressure and get his shoulder back just a smidge, I believe, if he wants to be able to put him to sleep and he gets the tap. Beautiful heart overcoming some adversity there by Jordan.
Didn't need the punches. Yeah. Was content to set up his grappling game and find the opportunity to finish Ryan with an arm triangle.
Beautifully slick transitions from him. Like I said, I'm impressed with even though wearing some fatigue and still being able to win those exchanges.
Yeah,
he did a good job of landing a right hand, and while Ryan was stunned with the right hand, he went directly into the takedown.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a great takedown sequence. And didn't want to give Ryan the opportunity to use the cage for any type of leverage to roll him. So really went for that belly-to-back situation in the middle of the cage.
And we've seen 2 championship fights tonight with 2 stoppages in the 4th round.
Yeah.
So I can't stress this enough. I want to see longer fights.
Yeah.
I understand that for amateurs, a lot of times we stay 3-2 or 3-3-minute rounds, depending on the state. But really, it takes time to tell a story. And we saw that in this fight.
Absolutely.
The Sarah Ring girl just handed him the belt. She's not super excited to grab a hold of a sweaty man.
I don't think unless you're involved in this kind of extracurricular activities you're too used to or too happy to grab onto a guy after he just got done competing.
Zane Fry to talk to the winner. Phenomenal fight from Ryan Bryan as well. That was like truly that was a properly championship level amateur fight.
Yeah. I thought it was a great performance by both of them. You saw seemingly different styles, especially when you got to the ground. Ryan was very no slouch grappling, but very punch heavy on the ground, and Jordan went a different direction. He was content with control and finding his opportunity to sink in that arm triangle.
Yeah, and even more of like a submission sniper style where he's attacking straight arm bars, Kimuras, Americanas, just keeping him in a washing machine of defense. And a good job capitalizing. What he got was to threaten that far side arm, he got Ryan to turn up onto his side, which exposed the arm triangle and let him go to that head and arm and settle it back down. Good shoulder pressure to be able to return into the mat. Oftentimes, when you're arm triangling, unless you're really, really good at that Rutolo team, it's pretty tough to get a guy back flat on the mat.
Right.
Especially, I've never rolled with Ryan, but just knowing his background and looking at him, I would assume it's pretty tough to get that guy shoulders.
He's no stranger to having 300-pound guys pushing him around. And so, super impressive that, again, Jordan was able to keep Ryan's hips away by pinning that far side arm and turning that half guard into more of a quarter mount situation, right? Which having that far side arm pinned forced Ryan's hand, his left hand in that situation, his left hand to come across his body and cross that center line, which is a big no-no in jiu-jitsu, right?
And that's the thing, though. Sometimes when you threaten that Americana on the far side, very rarely you're actually going to get the Americana. No. You're just trying to get the guy who's coming to rescue the Americana.
Exactly, and it'll lead to gift wrap situations where you can isolate that wrist and really, but ultimately you're feeding for, either a back take situation with a chair sit, or like you saw with Jordan Luna there tonight, finding that arm triangle to a finish.
And that gift wrap can be a very, very powerful position in MMA, especially.
Yeah.
We've all seen Nixon Gracie, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's a phenomenal top game to play. Generally, I play it with more of a controlling style and not so much of attacking the far side one.
Sure.
I'm going to battle that underhook to the death until I can win that. But I was impressed by both of those.
Very, very impressed. Ryan's a tough guy to hold down.
And it's not like Ryan hasn't seen that setup before, because just from watching the reaction, guys, I've seen a lot of guys.
We do it all the time.
Real good underhook.
Yeah, no, that's what's even.
Setup, so.
That's what's even. I mean, that's Professor Rob's bread and butter. He's an arm triangle wizard. So, it looks like we've got some stuff to take back to the lab and unpack and really figure out good defensive strategies and tactics on when that far side arm is isolated. Yeah. What's a cogent and reasonable level of defense, especially when you're talking about strikes being involved.
Yeah.
That's something that, in a grappling situation we don't have to worry about, and we can maybe get a little bit more cheeky with some of our leg involvement, maybe sneak in a butterfly hook here and there, maybe look to elevate the hips or bring that left hand, that inside arm, maybe to a hip to look for some sort of hip elevation. But when you're talking about striking being involved, you've got to keep that left hand up there for defense.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah, you don't want to open up the left hands for your partner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assumed Rob was very good at arm triangles because I'm an arm triangle connoisseur.
Yeah.
And I'm very judgmental when I hear coaches telling their people how to finish arm triangles, and Rob is one of the ones that I'm like, oh, that guy.
Very good.
That guy's got a good arm triangle.
Very good, Adam. He'll find them from places you shouldn't be able to find them, and you're like, you've been setting that up for about 3.5 minutes, haven't you? Yeah, Rob's been hurt, dealing with some injuries the past few years, and so not having multiple knee surgeries. He had like 4 or 5 knee surgeries in 1 year, and so that left him to have to really develop some strangles from bottom, from top, from wherever he could play from. because the legs weren't as involved, right?
Exactly.
So you see him throw less and less, leg-oriented submissions, like a leg triangle, and opt for more of those, front headlock type submissions. That pinch front headlock, which has really become more and more popular nowadays.
Yep.
As the arm and guillotine starts to proliferate more and more, you see people start doing that more often. But he's been running it for years. It's been his bread and butter. So very, very impressive to see Jordan Luna come out and be able to finish Ryan with something that he is very used to seeing.
Yeah, and I'm not familiar with the gym that Jordan Luna's from, but obviously they were very well represented.
Yeah, no, very, very impressed with their corner, their ability. I thought coming into that fourth round that Jordan looked a little flat from a cardio perspective, and Ryan seemed to recover pretty well going from the third to the fourth round. So, to see that corner build some composure back and really, keep him stuck to a game plan was impressive.
And it's always an interesting decision that we saw Jordan Luna have to make, which is when he's down on the card, he lands a hard punch. Do you swarm and try to finish, or do you use that as your opening to get back to the ground, where he seemed to have a relative advantage in the first round? Now, in the second and third rounds, where he was a little bit more behind the 8-ball, we saw Ryan controlling the grappling.
Yeah. Well, I think if you think back to the save for that second round where it was pretty well dominated by Jordan from a grappling perspective. All of those combinations that Ryan would throw, Jordan would try and throw combinations back and never really shot.
Yeah.
So when he finally did, I think it kind of caught Ryan off guard.
I agree. We saw that's a beautiful. I mean, both guys showed high level striking. Both guys showed high level grappling.
Yeah, I think you're going to see some pretty impressive careers from both of these guys.
I agree.
Three amateur, now 4 amateur fights from both of them, and a heavyweight strap or a light heavyweight strap going to Jordan Luna. But yeah, Ryan, you could call him next week, and as long as he doesn't have a medical suspension for any reason, which I can't imagine he would from that
from
fight.
now on, unless he's got some kind of bumper bruise that he'll feel tomorrow.
Yeah, you could call him and he'll take a fight, next week. He's, that's one impressive thing about such a small market in Kentucky. We've got some game fighters here for sure. So next, I think we have Matthew Jones making his debut. It looks like his pro debut. This is a pro cruiserweight boxing match. So 195-pound fighters, 4 rounds, 3 minutes. We've got Matthew Jones and Malik Green, who is 1-0.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking right now to see if there's an amateur record for Matthew Jones. I know that he's somebody Keith has been trying to get for a while. He's 7-2 coming into this.
9 fight streak. Yeah, what's his streak at?
Looks like
he loses his last one.
He lost his last one,
but coming off of a 3-fight win streak. Yeah.
Yeah, and started his career out with a 4-fight win streak. So it looks like all in England. But
interesting.
His opponent is Malik Green, who we actually got to see compete here in Lexington, I believe, earlier this year. Malik fought, I believe, a gentleman from Hybrid who gave a good account of himself and had very strong defense, but had really no answer for the offense of Malik.
Okay.
We see Malik's he's coming up in weight here. I believe that fight was at 175, and I know Malik at one point in time was a little bit smaller because Malik and I were actually scheduled to fight in that same promotion that Qasim fought in. He's a teammate of Qasim.
Okay. That's why Qasim's not on the mic. He had to go get Malik ready. Okay.
Yeah, he was going back to get his boy ready.
And he told us watch the tummy.
Yeah.
So
I think that might have come from the pizza that he ate as soon as he found out that he wasn't fighting. So,
yeah. Either that or we can expect a heavy flurry of body shots from Malik Green. One of the two.
That's true, too.
Yeah.
Phenomenal night of action so far, lately.
Yeah, it's been, impressive, impressive grappling card to start out.
I really enjoy the way Keith does that, too, where he has the grappling card before. The grappling connoisseurs can come early or tune into the pay-per-view early and watch it. It gets good experience for the guys who are, newer grapplers, especially this card we had essentially all white belts except for the female blue belt.
We had another one of our purple belts. Christian Arias was supposed to have a match against RJ Asbury from Lexington Academy of Martial Arts, and RJ ended up pulling out of that fight. But Christian's always game. You could call him on an hour's notice, and He's one of those guys who, like, if he's got shorts on and a T-shirt, he's ready to go.
Yeah. But it does a good job pacing. We get everybody warmed up.
Right, right.
I really enjoy the way Keith was even doing some combat jiu-jitsu matches for a little while.
Interesting.
Yeah, the West Virginia Athletic Commission did.
Not a fan? Not a fan of the open hand,
Yeah,
open palm
they were
strikes?
until they actually saw how it could go.
Man.
We had a female match where one girl was able to stop the other one with palm strikes in the mouth, and they were like, West Virginia Commission was like, maybe that's a little more than we thought. Whenever you said just slaps, we just assumed it was going to be.
It doesn't do any promotion any good when you got guys like Damian Anderson going out there and just knocking guys unconscious with open palm strikes. And now you see him in the MMA world, and just
Damian's striking looks very good too.
Very crisp, yeah very crisp. Obviously, he's cross training somewhere else because B Team is a pure grappling.
Yeah, there's a
school,
Muay Thai gym there in Austin.
Yeah, he looks very impressive. He had a boxing specialist, I think, is his first fight, and then this last guy was a kickboxer, and ended up taking his back and rear naked choking him. But yeah, you're seeing these guys who, oftentimes come up from a grappling background, and then they just get exposed to the combat sports in general, and so they start dipping their toes into these different types of promotions and these different styles that people are putting on. And it's really impressive to see. I think if nothing else, the UFC has shown. You look at the statistics. Typically, people with a grappling and specifically a wrestling background tend to do well. You've got guys like Bo Nickel coming out and doing absolutely amazing things. It's nothing for a guy like that who's used to moving in those ways to be instructed from a striking perspective and do very, very well.
Yeah, and especially the other thing that I think is playing into that is you see guys like Damian, where Damian's a grappler coming in, but more from like an ADCC style.
Right.
He's not a guard player.
Right.
He's not going to accept bottom positions. When he gets in leg locks, he's going to break you or use it to get on top.
He's a top player, very wrestling heavy, very leg lock proficient, right? And so those
very good outside heel hooks, Damian.
Absolutely.
Some of the better outside heel hooks I've ever felt. I got to train with him as well when I was in Austin.
Yeah, I think that's something that you've seen a few of the local grapplers, not as many of the fighters adopt, but definitely, you got guys like Adam Fritz out of 10th Planet Richmond, who's opening a school in Berea, 10th Planet Berea. One of the early adopters of the leg lock stuff. I was one of the guys who brought it to our gym, and you see the grappling sports especially, but even guys like Damian Maya, having a prolific grappling game in MMA.
What's almost more impressive about Damian is Damian was able to make like a gi style game,
right?
Where he was pulling half guard or quarter guard with an underhook and just using it to get to wrestle ups or get to the back. Very impressive stuff.
But you see guys like the Rotolo brothers, very game fighters as well, and they're going to use whatever they can. Like you said, that Rotolo team, specialty of theirs. Obviously, they're huge Darce hunters, so they love that. But those guys those twins will just fight in a parking lot because they're. One of them was trying to get in the car first, and the other one didn't let him. So.
I'll be honest. Part of me wants, as much as my heart wants Nicky Ryan to win CJI, another part of me, if Nicky Ryan doesn't win, I want to see the Rotolo brothers with each other in the finals.
They're on other ends of the bracket. So
which normally they wouldn't allow that to happen. Usually make teammates go earlier so that we don't have a thrown match situation. But those two
Craig's
will fight
a promoter.
each other to the death.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, they don't care. They just fight each other every day for the fun of it,
And they're both training with Eric Paulson now,
interesting.
as they're working on their MMA stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So the corner for Ty's MMA debut, which he just completely destroyed the guy.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, Cade, I think was the one who's fought. One of them has fought and the other one's about to fight. I think
Cade.
It's
Cade fought.
He had Ty and Eric Paulson in his corner, which I thought, what an eclectic, interesting corner. But you can't ask for like a better depth of knowledge than Eric Paulson.
Yeah, you got all the grappling bases covered, not only in your own grappling capabilities, but your twin brother, who is a carbon copy, save for the hair. And then you've got Eric Paulson, who's just going to be, who's a guy you want in your corner from a striking perspective.
Yeah. And one of the big things that we're seeing, like those two specifically and Damian Anderson, like these are not the guys, the jiu-jitsu guys moving to MMA maybe 20 years ago, right? You had guys like Petapano or Nogueira, where their game was going to be they're trying to get you in close guard and catch you in traps. Cade Rotolo is not going to play bottom. You're going to if you're in contact with him, you're going to be wrestling hard until he is pinned.
Yeah, and you're seeing more guys open cage grappling, right? You're moving away from more of that Randy Couture style kind of like brawling, push you up against the cage and just pepper you with shots, almost similar to what we saw from Walker Keaton tonight.
Yeah, that more like Greco style.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to push somebody up against
Yeah.
walls, get chest-to-chest connections, work the inside.
Find your
trips,
underhooks.
single leg.
Yeah, use that wall to your advantage. You're seeing more of the new age fighters, and we saw it from Jordan Luna and his decision to not grapple against the wall with Ryan. I think he learned his lesson. In that previous exchange where Ryan was able to use that cage
Exactly.
to create that pressure and really to his advantage. In that fourth round, he chose to grapple out in the open where Ryan didn't have the ability to press off that cage.
And that's something that the first guy, and it's been a long lag as everybody's trying to figure out the lessons learned, but George St. Pierre was the first guy who was really good at finishing takedowns in open space.
Yep.
Before that, it was very difficult. That's why you saw most guys using that Khabib style
Yep.
of they're going to push you up against the wall and they're going to battle from there. But George had such perfect timing on his double legs.
Yeah.
He was 3/4 of the way finished by the time he made contact.
I mean, that man could go around the world, and he has, just teaching that overhand right to double leg.
Yeah.
And, that's all he's ever got to teach in a seminar.
Yeah.
And people will be lined up out the door. And
And
for
you
good
can take
reason.
that seminar 10 times and never get all the details.
No, you're going to learn something new. He's probably he's still training. I mean, watching him grapple with guys like Lex Friedman,
Yeah.
and these random YouTube videos that'll pop up, and he's out there training with Gordon or with Marigali and in the B team, or in the Roca gym with John Carlo and them. Seeing him get to grapple with the likes of UFC alums like Tim Kennedy. You see
Jake Shields is training with him.
Jake
a lot
Shields,
as well.
yeah. I mean, you see all these guys, and they're just. I mean, how old is GSP? He's got to be, late 30s, early 40s, right?
I would think he's early 40s.
Yeah.
I was really disappointed last year that he was supposed to grapple Damian Maia, and it fell through.
Yeah.
That would have been a really interesting match, especially in EBI rules.
Yeah.
Because EBI overtime, I can't think of somebody I want to do that less with other than Nicky Rod than Damian Maia.
Yeah. No, you don't want that guy on your back.
Yeah.
Him or like. I'm trying to think of some other guys who were just absolute. I mean, Nicky Rod, a terror on the back, right?
And for a different set of reasons, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you could practice your back mount escapes until you're blue in the face. You're not getting Damian Maia off your back.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, that's what I was really interested to see that match. I was disappointed that it wasn't able to come to fruition.
Look, we had a little bit more of a gap between this fight and the previous one.
I think a lot of that's coming from we've had a lot of finishes in these MMA fights.
Yeah. Guys still getting prepared, getting their hands wrapped. Again, this is a pro cruiserweight boxing match at 195 pounds. So these guys have a little bit bigger gloves to put on.
I'm interested to see how Malik looks at 195 because, like I said, we saw him maybe just a couple months ago at 175.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
know
you
he's
usually
fought-
don't see that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is just like that was the only guy they could find for him. Or we got 5 more minutes before we get back to the action.
I mean, I know guys like John Jones. They fight at a lower weight class and then take years off, and you see John Jones walking around at 265 now in the gym, and you're just like, I mean, yeah, he can carry that with his 6'5", 6'6" frame. But you hear more of guys going down in weight, right? Cutting weight or dieting to get down to a weight so that when they're weighing in the night before, they're weighing in at a certain weight, and then they're able to rehydrate, get some food in them, and put on a little bit more weight, and in hopes that they're coming in heavier than their opponent the next day.
Yeah, and honestly, fortunately, I don't know. Fortunately, unfortunately, it depends on your perspective on weight cutting. Everybody cuts weight, so you're not even really at this point trying to be heavier. You're just trying to be on equal ground.
Right.
And
I don't think unless you
I don't
have
I don't stress big weight cuts for especially early amateur fighters, but by late amateurs, like you should know how to cut 10% of your body weight.
Yeah. It taxes your system. If you're not, especially if you're not doing it
Yeah.
the right way with some proven science behind it. You're trying to, take baths with alcohol in it and stuff like that. The old school weight cutting
And
style.
a lot of diuretics and that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're going to see Malik Green make his way to the cage now. And he does have Cossum in his corner.
Cossum's very animated.
Yeah.
He's a fun guy.
Extraordinarily knowledgeable guy. I was very happy to have him on commentary.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
heard that guy talk about fighting before. And,
I'd love to get him
really
back
knowledgeable.
for the last two.
Yeah, I was just thinking the exact same thing.
I don't know how tall Matt Jones is, but Malik coming in an inch or two shorter than Qasim, and Qasim's not a tall guy, so you see at 195 pounds, usually you expect those guys to be, anywhere from 5'10 to 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah, I think Malik is somewhere around that 5'8", 5'9" height range. If I can remember. Yeah, 5'8". 'Cause I remember thinking he was about the same height as me when we were thinking about fighting.
Those guys are, they're compact and powerful and built like bulldogs. So
he's got a very good team behind him. I actually got to defend my belt against one of his teammates years ago. And it's very high level gym.
Yeah.
And ahead of their time in the area that they were.
Yeah. Malik Green definitely passes the eye test. Very in shape, very ready for this fight.
And honestly looks to be about exactly the same size as he was when we saw him. So it's not like he tried to put on sloppy weight in between these fights.
Yeah, there's a way to do it the right way, the smart way, and it looks like Malik's done that.
We see Matthew Jones make his way to the cage. Definitely getting a big pop of support from the local crowd here. Interestingly enough, we're going to have two Matt Jones in the cage at the same time because that is also the referee's name.
Interesting, yeah.
Shout out to Matt Jones, the referee, one of the best referees in local MMA that I've ever seen. I've gotten to be around him for a number of events now in West Virginia and Kentucky. I'm always happy when I see that guy in the cage. I know, number one, nobody's going to get hurt and nobody's going to be on the receiving end of a mistake from the referee.
Yeah, it's
unless there's another word for that.
It's an underappreciated position for sure.
And interestingly enough, Matthew Jones looks to be the same height or maybe even a bit shorter than Malik. So
two compact but stout fighters.
Look at the calves on Malik Green.
Oh, man.
That's the sign of a dense man.
Yeah, he's built. Matthew Jones at 7 wins, 2 losses, making his...
Listed at 5'11", but that doesn't look like 5'11" versus 5'8". One of these numbers is not correct. Touch of gloves and we can start it. See Malik working a hard jab and right hand.
Heavy pace from both of these boxers starting out. Starting to wrap up.
This looks like it's shaping up to be a firefight. I think these guys are both trying to land heavy, hard shots.
Very calm. You said Malik had an MMA background?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a winning amateur record at least. I don't know if he ever made the transition to pro after our scheduled bout. Nice right hook landed there by Malik.
Yeah, you can see clinch work reminiscent of a MMA background.
So nice,
heavy overhand.
Yep, overhand and a left hook landed behind it from Malik Green. I'm not sure that Matt Jones wants to stay in the pocket. It's a little early to tell, but
I think we're seeing that body work that Qasim was talking about with Malik going low for that left jab to the body, continuing to do so.
Yep, and he's using that as a good way to change levels too. He's landing that jab to the body and then throwing a right hand up high behind it a lot. Seeing a pretty frenetic pace from these gentlemen so far. It'll be interesting to see who that favors as time goes on.
Yeah, it's definitely slowed down, I think, as they've gotten more comfortable in this first round.
Well, there was a nice right hand landed by Matt Jones.
Yeah. You see Matt being a little bit more comfortable in these tight exchanges. I think Malik having a little bit lower posture, and I know that's okay in a boxing situation. when you're slipping punches that are coming over the top. But
now, one of the things that Qasim was making adjustments in his last fight was Malik tends to get a little bit wide at the end of exchanges, where he starts to move away from straight punches and into kind of looping punches.
some wild looping punches, yeah. Yeah, we've seen that on a couple of the exchanges. He'll, instead of coming over the top with that right hand after that jab to the body, you'll see him loop it out wide, and it ends up in that kind of overhooked clinch position.
I saw him land a couple nice body shots there. Green is the more experienced boxer of the two.
Definitely looks a little bit more comfortable in those flurries of exchanges when they both start firing them off.
Nice.
There's those wide looping punches again that we're seeing from Malik.
There was a nice right hand at the beginning of that exchange. And I wonder in the eyes of the judges, does that crisp right hand that landed count more than the 3 or 4? Oh, a nice right hand by Malik.
Very good right hand, and he follows it up again with another one.
That's a difficult round to score, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you could argue a draw on that round. I don't know if they would ever score one like that. But
yeah, I'm not sure what the athletic commission here thinks in terms of scoring draws, but definitely a round that it could get scored either direction. And I wouldn't call that a robbery. So.
Yeah.
And I wonder what kind of adjustments they're making in the corner here of Malik. I would assume they just mostly revolve around tightening up a little bit, but
he looked a lot better once he settled his pace.
Yeah.
You know, they both came out very hot. You know, and I think that's easy to do. You know, when you've got nerves involved.
We see some blood on the right side of the face and neck.
Potentially the ear. Yeah, underneath the ear. Maybe caught a little hooking from the glove.
Also could have been a clash of heads.
Yeah.
These guys have been going
Yeah, they were both head forward, hard charging in that round. So, yeah, I can't tell if that is cut, but there's definitely some blood there.
It also could have been from the face, and they just cleaned the face off and hit the neck.
Slips the right hand from Malik. Matt Jones content to stay right in front of Malik Green here.
Oh,
Big right hand.
Smoking right hand, and another one behind it by Malik Green. Oh, and a nice overhand right lands by
Big
Malik Green,
overhand
and
right.
that might have stumbled him. That looked like it stumbled him. Matt Jones doesn't look exactly the same as he did before that exchange.
Lower posture. The hands are still staying fairly low.
And we see a mouth starting to form under that left eye of Matt Jones. I believe it's a direct result of one of those. One thing about that MMA background, too, is you'll see him use less energy in these clinching exchanges, which is going to play a role as many as we're seeing.
Yeah.
See Malik kind of bullying him around.
Potentially at this higher weight class, we're seeing a little bit of a little cardio depletion, an open mouth breathing from Malik. Very low coming in, like you said, wide swings on his exchanges. We're starting to see a little cut open up.
That was a nice jab landed by Malik, but a nice right hand lands there, and a left hook behind.
If you look at Malik's right eye, I believe there's a cut over top of the right eye. It's not leaking, but something to keep an eye on.
Now we see Matt Jones trying kind of staying tight in those pockets and picking his shots a little bit better here now. He's not engaging in like wild exchanges with Malik.
And Malik's opened up Matt Green's left eye. Starting to get blood from the left and the right side of Matt Jones's face.
Yep, and I believe that was initially caused by one overhand right and then opened up further by another. Matt Jones appears to be slowing down too, though.
See if either of these guys can capitalize on the damage that they've caused.
We saw a nice jab there land from Malik. Malik doing a good job keeping forehead to forehead whenever he gets into these clinch positions.
It's interesting, these boxing matches in the cage, they're able to use this instead of ropes.
Yeah, it's a much different dynamic.
And you haven't, I mean, this is the first time we've seen them do it.
Now that round, both guys landed cleaner punches. I would say, in my opinion, sitting here on the side,
absolutely.
I would say Malik landed the harder shots, but he definitely took some damage himself.
Let's see, they're fixing the right side of Malik. That's that cut over the right eye that I was talking about.
Yeah, we saw him clean it up, put a little Vaseline in there.
Yeah.
And we see Costin. It appears like he's calling for uppercuts in those tight exchanges. Instead of getting the wild left, the wild open hooks that are getting him clinched, I think he's calling for him to get in those clinch exchanges and start trying to sneak up.
I'd really like to see Malik start to bend at the knees instead of the hips.
Yeah.
Instead of the waist, where he's leaning over, winging those punches out, so he can really land a good straight right or left to the body.
Moving here into round 3.
And they're back to mirroring how they started the fight. A heavy flurry of punches.
Malik lands the harder punches in there. He landed a right and a left hook there. But Matt Jones did damage himself. We also see a bit of an age difference here. 10 years.
10 years, okay.
Malik Green's 32. Matt Jones is 42. Which I think might help him on this, keep the gap closer on the cardio.
Yeah, if you're watching this on the live broadcast, you're in your 40s and you've never been in any type of combat sports, to understand how impressive it is to have a 40-year-old in a boxing exchange with somebody 10 years their junior, it's a big difference.
Nice clubbing right hand lands behind the ear from Malik Green in that exchange.
Spent a lot of time clinched up. Both being gentlemen about it, separating. Now looking to...
Now we see a little bit of that dirty boxing in the uppercuts that Costin was calling for in the corner.
If he's going to clinch up, I think Costin was telling him, if you're going to clinch, let's at least work from there so the ref doesn't separate us.
We see him using that double underhooks.
Got him pushed up against the cage.
The referee's giving him a lot of leeway to work in this clinch.
Yeah. Referee Matt Jones letting him be pushed around.
And the cardio tides seem to have turned here. It looks to me like Malik is the fresher of the two at this point.
Yeah. It was a good exchange by Matt Jones there, though.
Yeah, nice jab. Nice one, too.
Oh, big right hand.
Big right hand.
Big right hand.
Malik Green falls into a double leg. Are we going to call that?
I think that was a knockdown, unintentional double leg. Meant no ill will by it.
Now, I wonder if the referee's going to call that a knockdown.
He should. He should call it a knockdown.
I don't believe he did. He sent him back to his corner, and I think he gave him a warning for the takedown. Oh, no, he did call it a knockdown. He just signaled to the judges that he called it a knockdown.
Okay. He is signaling to the judges for a knockdown. We've got some blood coming from the nose of Matt Jones here. I don't think it's the result of that, what looked like a fairly solid double leg, but I think was actually a knockdown as a result of that right hand and the flurry that came after it from Matt Jones. See a little revitalization from Matt Jones here.
It's good on Malik, though. He was able to buy himself some extra time with that double leg. And that really changed the dynamic of this fight because we had a very close round. But now
Malik looking for that big right hand like he has all fight.
Because we're probably looking at a 10-8 here with that knockdown. Because I think Matt Jones had been winning this round other than that as well.
Yep. Both fighters opting to stand at range a little bit more.
3 to the body. Right as Costin calls for it. Jab and a 3 to the body.
Good slip to close the round out.
Beautiful work, guys. I think on my cards, I gave Malik the first 2 rounds, and I believe that last round went to Matt Jones.
I think that was Matt. Yep.
And it went to him with a 10-8 round. So I think we're even on the scorecards going into this last round.
Yeah, I would agree.
We see Costin motioning, no looping punches,
Yep.
straight punches.
Trying to have him come down the pipe there. I think that little break that was unexpected because of the result of that knockdown, I think gave Matt Jones a little bit of life there at the end of that fight. Head movement was a lot better to end that one. If you're Matt, what do you look to do to start this round?
I think you got to stay out of the clinch, first of all, especially now that the referee has seen enough that he's letting him work in there. I think you got to try to stay on the outside and counter in those big blitzes. That's what he was able to do there. We've seen those exchanges go both ways, though. Sometimes when he's trying to counter in those blitzes, he eats 1 or 2 hard shots.
Yeah. Yeah, you notice that Malik definitely favors that clenched up style of boxing where he takes a couple of shots and then he looks to crash in and hold.
And I think he's trying to crash in with punches, but he's just getting in so close that the clinch just happens organically.
Yep.
Nice jab by Malik Green.
Punches are coming down the pipe now, right in the middle. Even that loop, that left hand, that one was outside, but straight to the body. It was got underneath the defenses of Matt Jones there.
Yeah, he threw a couple of jabs to the body and then a left hook to the body. It's actually a really good setup. But he eats a punch there from Matt Jones. I love it when the crowd yells out he's tired, when both guys are clearly roughly equally tired.
Yeah. Typical audience at a combat sport venue is one of about half of them train and half of them don't. And usually the ones that don't are the ones making the most noise.
And they're louder than the coaches in the corner.
Yeah.
Oh, nice
Great right hand. Notice that one didn't come over the top or looping. It was straight right.
Right over the shoulder.
If he could have had these punch paths the whole match, it might have been a different situation.
Good defense there by Malik.
Great head movement from Malik Green.
Minute 15. I believe this fight's up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen.
I think we're going to see an interesting 70 seconds here. Back to the clinch.
Yeah, Malik got kind of caught off balance as that exchange was coming in. He was forced to seek the clinch.
Breathing heavy from the mouth. Matt Jones showing his experience here. 9 fights. This is his 10th. Really trying to get rid of that clinch so he's not carrying
the
home.
End of that exchange. I don't know if it landed or not. With 30 seconds remaining. Oh, nice heat thrown by Malik Green there.
Not sure if it landed or if it was just a glancing right hook, but
he's kind of got that similar thing to Karshner going, though, where he's throwing such heat that even if they're on the gloves, it sounds impressive to the judges.
Big right.
Nice jab to the body and a right hand behind it from Malik Green.
That's been his go-to the whole match.
10 seconds. The referee's going to let him work it out from here.
Big body shots from Malik Green.
Beautiful fight from both of these gentlemen. I'm not sure which direction this is going to go, to be honest.
I'd love to see some scorecards.
Yeah, I don't think it could be a robbery either way.
No,
I could see 1, 2, and 4 going to Malik. Obviously, I'm watching as a commentator right now. I'm not scorekeeping, but that's the way I saw it personally.
Yeah, I think you got to give that third round to Matt Jones.
Yeah, the third round is the most
10-8.
decisive. Yeah, and it was a 10-8. And that first round is very close. That first round could have gone very easily to Matt Jones, in which case we're looking at kind of an insurmountable path back up. But phenomenal performance by both guys. We saw Malik, even though he won his last fight pretty decisively, I think he grew a lot in between, and we saw a better performance from him this time.
How do you think he performed at this higher weight class? Do you think it was it's a good jump for him, or do you think it's something he should consider the lower class next time?
To be honest, he looked like he carried the weight well. Now, I'm not certain if Matt Jones, his opponent, is a natural big 195er. You know what I mean? Being roughly the same height. He's definitely at least thick enough for this weight class.
Yeah. Like I said, he passes the eye test. Yeah. And if he could get away from that MMA style, head down, bending at the waist, striking style, he's got all the skills to do this.
Taking the judges a second to render their decisions here.
We've got one judge to our left in a full seersucker suit, ladies and gentlemen. Looking very dapper.
He's pretty animated. He was yelling at the fighters in excitement in between the third and fourth rounds.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
He's enjoying the action, which is what you want to see from a judge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like you said, I don't think it's hard to argue either way for this outcome. I think it could have gone to either one of these fighters.
Very close fight. And without that knockdown, we're looking at a majority draw.
Yeah, I think that was probably the deciding factor. Yeah. And the propensity for Malik to go to that clinch rather than to stand in exchange might have had some sway for the judges. Boxing debut.
Phenomenal performance by Malik Green, too. I think,
absolutely.
like I said, we see him cleaning up some of the things that I could hear Qasim yelling at him in the corner last time. I'd imagine he's going to be yelling at him probably on the car ride home as well.
They've got a, 6 or 7 hour car ride?
Yeah, probably something closer to 7. I know it was a haul from Morgantown for me to go fight there. So they had to drive past Morgantown to get here. So.
Shoo. Got to get some of that blood off the canvas. Next up, we're switching back to MMA for a lightweight MMA championship at 155 pounds. John Norman and Griffin Key.
Yep. And there was some talk briefly about maybe our the featherweight champion from New Line coming up to fight John for a potential double champ fight. It was one of my guys, Griffin William Bruno, but Griffin wasn't able to get the day today. He fought New Line a couple weeks ago, and he's got another fight coming up.
Now you said Griffin Key. He's he prefers to stand and strike.
Yeah, he's primarily a boxer. He's very fast. I would say he's on the smaller side of the 155-pound division. I know at one point in time he was thinking about maybe even going down to 145. But he's very fast. And he's a southpaw. He's got the classic like in and out, good left hand, almost like a Conor McGregor type, kind of, like a long.
Yeah.
He's not going to stand in the middle and exchange, which would be interesting to see because John, from what little bit I've seen of him, is not somebody you want to stand in the middle and exchange.
Yeah, he's got a big right hand.
So it'll be interesting to see. Griffin Key actually boxed one of our guys probably 3 years ago, named Czar Parrish, and Griffin was able to beat him in boxing. He wasn't able to really hurt him, but he was able to keep punches in his face and move away.
Score enough and create angles. Yeah.
Yeah, so that he didn't really. Czar wasn't able to get much offense on him. Czar got it back in MMA when they rematched, but this will be an interesting fight.
Yeah. Yeah, John definitely prefers to stand and strike. He's got a boxing background as well. Blue belt in jiu-jitsu, not a ton of wrestling experience, but loves to be in the cage, loves to stand and bang. So we could see this one staying on its feet the whole time.
And my suspicion is if the fight does go to the ground, my suspicion is it would favor him.
Okay.
Because Griffin has kind of limited grappling training. I believe he was training with Butch Hiles down in Charleston a little bit, but I'm not sure how consistent he was in the past. I'm not sure where he's at right now.
Okay.
I know Griffin was supposed to have a fight on the card 2 weeks ago and fell out, so I'm not sure what happened there. It's good to see him here on short notice, though.
New Line's, they're putting on a bunch of promotions. There's, I believe, one on the 10th.
He's keeping me busy driving around to do commentary.
You're moving around.
At least the one in Bridgeport was like 20 minutes for me. So
where's the next one at?
I believe this next one is in Madison, West Virginia, which is kind of southern West Virginia on the 10th.
Tends to stay in this area?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's starting to branch out. I believe last year was the first year we did some shows in Kentucky.
Okay.
Commission here has been spectacular to work with.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a big fan of the commission here. A lot of people that know a lot about fighting on the commission. And not just a lot about boxing, but a lot about fighting on the commission here. And he's able to get some. Keith also moved from West Virginia up here to Lexington. I mean, I don't know if you've gotten to train with him.
Yeah, he trained with us for a little bit. I know he was doing a lot of striking classes and things like that. Definitely did some of the grappling classes. But yeah, I trained with him for a little bit. Initially when he moved, he was there for a few months. So
yeah,
he's been busy with promoting. So
yeah, he's he's got a family and all the other stuff to do. But I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing more coming into Kentucky.
Sure,
the promoter lives here. But also in conjunction with the commission being great to work with, this is a spectacular venue.
Yeah, Rupp Arena
for a better place to do amateur fights. I fought in a lot of high school gymnasiums.
Oh yeah, yeah. No air conditioning.
Yeah.
Waiting all day to do a grappling match or something like that.
They might be able to fit 200 people in there if they tried. This is a spectacular venue. Oh, John Norman's even got the full-on sign walking out.
John fancies himself a performance. He's a showman for sure. Had a very quick stoppage in his last fight. Maybe a bit early, but I think as in these amateur ranks, they're trying to protect the fighters. So
yeah, I was on the mic for that one, and I did think it was a bit of an early stoppage. But I'll be honest, I don't think it was going anywhere better for the opponent.
No,
so.
I don't think it was. I don't think you're going to see until they you get a couple more fights under these guys' belt, or they move up to the professional ranks. I don't think you're going to see them let a fight like that go with a big right hand that he caught his opponent with.
Yeah, especially he was
mounted.
It was one of the classic ones where his eyes rolled back in his head as he hit the mat. But as he hit the mat, he got double underhooks.
Yeah.
It was kind
of woke himself up, maybe.
And it was one of those he was even hanging on to him as
yeah. I watched the replay and John's peeling him off.
Yeah.
And,
so that's one that, like you said, the referees are going to err on the side of better caution in the amateur ranks, and whether the amateur fighters realize at the time that that's the right decision, it is.
Yeah. See if John can pick one back up here for reaction. Had a tough night with Ryan Bryant losing his fight by arm triangle. Again, John very animated, likes to put on a show.
Both of these gentlemen clearly in good shape too.
Yeah, John's coached boxing classes. He's done everything. I mean, he's coached Orange Theory classes. The guy's always active. big smiles on both of these fighters' faces. Both of them looking at this belt as it's being walked around the ring.
I believe John Norman owns the loudest applause from the crowd tonight.
He'll attract a fan base, that's for sure. You'll see John start out trying to circle his opponent, Griffin Key.
Griffin switches stances and throws a head kick with the lead leg from Orthodox for a second. This is something that's new for me as a commentator watching the fight.
A little checked kick there.
And already we're starting to see these dynamics play out where Griffin's kind of getting in with some feints, getting out.
Low hands from Griffin.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, he kind of relies on that quickness and the distance as his defense.
I'd like to see John maybe settle and compose himself a little bit. Probably the early nerves at the start of a fight. If he can settle in here and start throwing some exchanges, some combinations, might be able to capitalize on those low hands from Griffin. Nice inside low leg kick from John with the right leg.
Yeah,
gets Griffin to switch the stance up.
Push kick from Griffin. A little bit of back kick action there. John's kind of content to play on his bicycle here, kind of skirting the cage walls, almost like Jose Aldo style.
Yeah, yeah, he's a mover. You know, he's not just going to hang out in one spot. You know, I think that's what helps him land those big shots. I'd like to see him not necessarily have to rely on those big shots, but start to use those leg kicks that are landing for John, and maybe follow with a right hand or combination. It's a great checked kick there.
Yeah, I believe
John.
that was like right on the elbow.
Might make him think twice before throwing that one.
Griffin stuck him. That one landed.
Good spinning back kick.
Yeah, and that one landed.
Big looping left that
And that elicits a reaction from John Norman, and now gets in, sees if he can.
looking for that scoop grip underneath the leg of Griffin Key.
Now Griffin's working that far side underhook. I think at this point he might be better starting to get a crossface. Oh. Now, if I'm Griffin Key, I'm abandoning this guillotine here.
No, he's got it in solid.
He is in high risk position.
High wrist. He's got an
high wrist, low elbow, but he might still have a look at finishing this.
And John's hips are on the
we got 30 seconds
wrong
to
side.
finish.
If he can grit this out.
Oh, and he gets the tap. Wow. Well, my saying, if I'm him, I'm letting go of that guillotine.
Yeah.
Is apparently the wrong idea.
Well, I think when John looked to return to the mat, he didn't bring his legs across the body, and he just fell down, which put his head and hips on the same side of the choke. And at that point, unless you can break that grip, you're getting strangled.
And just before the finish, we saw Griffin make the switch from high wrist, low elbow to that kind of
to
John
the push
Jones,
grip.
Yeah, to the push grip where he was driving in. I think he had good closure on both arteries. I think that was, a lot of times you see guillotine taps are kind of panic or a little bit of trach smash. That, I believe, was a pure sleepy guillotine. I think John Norman tapped at the right time.
Griffin's body being almost completely out to the side of John.
Griffin Key also proving me wrong on my assertion that I suspected if they went to the ground it would favor John. But.
Yeah, he's no slouch on the ground.
Same.
lot of respect from Griffin. Mentioned some injuries that he was dealing with.
And diseases.
Referenced diseases.
I wonder if he's got some. Maybe he had some ringworm or something.
Sounds like it. I think he pointed to his arm or his leg.
That's usually what that indicates to me.
They wouldn't let him fight if he had anything, bad.
Yeah.
Sounded like he was going to take some time and focus on, his first sport, which I believe is football. At least if I caught that right. But yeah, nothing but respect from Griffin towards John. Great fight.
Yeah, phenomenal performance. He's a gamer. Like I said, he's very fast, and he's got a very open, like kind of creative striking style. Kind of Connor-esque. I mean, you saw that with the kicks on the outside, straight punches, and then in and out.
And his stance very reminiscent. A wider stance, but still able to fire off those lead. That teep kick that he was throwing off there. A couple of the kicks got checked, especially as they went higher.
Yeah, I was going to say the one slammed directly into the elbow.
That looks
like a broken foot to me.
Yeah.
But I wonder if John Norman got hurt by that back kick to the body.
Potentially.
Because that seemed to be light a fire under his ass to go into the clinch.
To start grappling. Yeah. And, I think that's something that we can take back again. John Norman, a training partner of mine, we can take back to the lab and look to understand, just some of the fundamentals of the guillotine defenses. He looked, once he was there, he looked like he had some time to work while Griffin was switching from that, again, like you said, that high elbow guillotine to that push grip on the guillotine. I think when you've got the time to work in a guillotine, it's good to be doing some things with the lower body, trying to get the hips to the other side of the body. But Griffin made it tough. He had his hips out to the side and had John's head and hips on the same side of his body. That's a recipe for disaster with a guillotine.
Yeah. And once you get to the high-risk position with an MMA glove on, it's actually very, very difficult. I mean, it's difficult at base to try to get that off, but it's extraordinarily difficult to get with the glove up on the
and Griffin's no slouch. He brought that right leg up and over, stopping John from being able to hop to the other side,
or even try to potentially do the barrel roll through.
Yeah, I mean, I think your other option there, which you gotta, it's risky in that situation. You've got to look to barrel roll out of that and try to ear pummel that head, and that just wasn't an opportunity that John could capitalize on.
Now we've got Cossum's in the corner of another one of his teammates. I've never gotten to see this guy fight before, Kyle Wright. But he brings a pro MMA record of 2-2. This is a tall order that he has. So this is 170. So we're going to be looking at 3 5-minute rounds now that we're into the pro MMA fights.
His co-main event here is his opponent Thomas Gant, 4-0.
Yeah, but I'm interested to see how Kyle approaches this. This is an interesting fight because Thomas Gant's a guy that's got a lot of heat on him right now. He's 4-0, and I believe they've all come within like the last 2 months.
Wow. He's another game fighter, another guy who sounds like you call him up and tell him you got an opponent for him, and he's ready to fight.
Yeah, and he's a guy. His first pro MMA fight was in April of this year, and he's 4-0. Right. So Thomas Gant's making his way to the cage now. He's fighting out of a gym down in the Carolinas. Again, fought 2 weeks ago, and then fought like 2 weeks before that. On September 20th, he fought, and then he also fought June 29th. I'm excited to see this fight. He fought 1 week apart. He's fought since I saw him fight 2 weeks ago. He fought last weekend in another promotion. I was going to say, I thought he was only going to be 3-0, but he's 4-0 because he fought last week.
I mean, it might, Kentucky, West Virginia might just be turning into Thailand of the West.
Yeah. And so Thomas Gant is a very high level, like very near to an Olympic level wrestler.
Oh, wow.
Who took some time off and polished his striking. And
I'll be excited to see that. I love a good
so he's kind of taken the reverse approach of, most classically you see guys start fighting when they're like lower level in skill and their skills increase as their record increases. I mean, this guy has had his first amateur MMA fight was about this time last year.
Wow.
And he went 5-0 as an amateur, and now he's 4-0.
Quickly turned pro.
Yeah. So he kind of went to I'm just going to get really, really good, and then I'm going to storm through the lower levels of competition.
Yeah, which is smart.
And he's also fighting next week as well on another new line card in Madison. So
this guy just stays busy.
Yeah.
Stays working.
And I think what he's doing is he's trying to put together an impressive string, and he's trying to get himself into the UFC.
Well, and if you said he's got a heavy wrestling background, D1 level wrestler, those guys, if they're growing up in a wrestling room, they're competing not only in the wrestling room every day and training, but they're competing every weekend, multiple matches. They're used to that high pace. And I think if you're somebody who's able to take advantage of that training and that background, it really serves you well as you move your way up through the amateur and then the pro MMA circuits.
And we see Michael DeLozier in his corner. I'm assuming that they're out of the same gym, which would explain the very high level of striking that we saw from him. Because the most impressive thing about Gant is we've seen very high-level wrestling from him, but we've also seen extremely high-level striking. Particularly his elbows in the clinch are absolutely vicious. But he looks to me to be he's not cutting any weight for these fights. He's walking around in the low 170s. Which Kyle Wright looks to me to be the thicker man.
Yeah, and I tend to favor somebody who stays ready to fight, and that's just their fighting weight. They're not... ready.
It took absolutely no damage when I saw him fight 2 weeks ago. I'm assuming he took very little damage fighting last week as well.
Sounds like he's prepared to take none here if he's fighting next week. We'll see how this one starts out, folks. No glove touch, no shaking of the hands. Heavy leg kick.
Good leg kick from Wright. And another. The right hand, and he gets into the wrestling exchanges. Now, this is the first time we've seen somebody force him to wrestle on the outside.
Now we're seeing a heavy
beautiful
wrestling
twisting
game.
takedown from
that was great. Controlled the inside position with the right leg and just whipped his opponent, Kyle Wright, to the ground.
And now we're going to see those elbows. He's using that chin strap and underhook on the far side, the kind of cow catcher. Now he's trapping that near side arm.
He's going to use the...
If you're Kyle Wright at this point, you want that inside bicep tie with your right arm more than anything in life because those elbows are going to start to come.
Yep. And now with this closed guard that Thomas Gantz worked himself into, heavy forward pressure, if he can free those arms, potential for the submarine punches or even as far forward as he's driving to use those elbows like you were talking about.
Yeah, I personally I would like to see him bring him to the cage in this closed guard position.
There you go.
Some people prefer that open space, but we see Wright doing a good job kind of
isolating
playing a
the arm.
Triangle, He was
potential for the triangle. Now I think he's going to look to...
but he's got good posture control.
Drove himself back into that triangle even deeper.
He's doing a good job.
And now he slipped out. Now don't fall back into it. If you're Gant, looking for that kind of can opener style control. Two hands behind the head, pulling the head forward.
This is like the worst position to be on bottom, in my opinion.
Yeah.
With your head up against the wall and your hips above your head.
He's able to slide those elbows in.
And there's another big one. And another.
So we see Kyle Wright trying to work up to, again, isolating that arm, looking for a triangle setup.
He might have that arm bar off the cage set up here.
Looking to wall walk off the cage. But Gant does a good job of stabilizing him and bringing his head back.
Wright's showing a very high-level grappling game here. Good defense in there to stop those elbows so far. I don't think he's gotten one clean one through, at least not one that I've been able to see from this.
There's one. Yeah, Wright's at least comfortable in this position. I don't think it's where he'd like to be, but...
Good wrist control.
He seems to, still working, still controlling the wrist. Trying to find opportunities.
We see Gant doing all the things from close guard that the grappling matches earlier did.
Yeah, a lot of head forward pressure in those grappling matches, but without the threat of those elbows or those punches, I think we ended up with a lot of just tie-ups. Right?
Yeah, stagnation.
Oh.
Now we see Right,
Guard.
trying to use it to get back to his feet, but has to settle for going back to close guard. Shoots another triangle, though.
Yeah, we see Gant bringing that elbow back to the inside hip or inner thigh area, trying to peel that guard open. And once he's got that guard open, he's got to be a little bit more deliberate with bringing at least some control inside, whether it's a knee that he slips inside or just disengaging altogether.
Wright's doing a really good job of keeping that collar tie. When you have a collar tie, you can flare your elbow out to stop punches and elbows coming on that side. Now we see him potentially building back up, man. It's just so hard to get up from underneath the top.
Yeah, this is a position very reminiscent of
but he's able to do it. He's able to build back up to his feet.
Now as Wright looks for that single leg control.
Man, look at how he just picks him up, even though he's the smaller guy. He's not able to convert, though.
Wright looking for that knee. Might have landed,
Yeah.
but not super clean.
And if nothing else, he's making Gant work.
Something that is severely underutilized technique from this position is a knee to the inner thigh.
Yeah.
And that will get people to second guess putting a lot of weight on that thigh. Or on that leg, rather. Heavy hips.
Beautiful work, though.
Yeah,
lat whip.
good sprawl from Kyle Wright there. Impressive work. Nice reap of the leg.
Nice Kosoto Gake.
Yep. Now
Gant's only got 20 seconds to work here, though, from this top half.
Yep.
Top
he's
half is
pinning, and now he's going to look for this heavy flurry of elbows. If he can get that underhook, Wright's doing a good job of keeping a very good posture in his half guard.
I am extremely impressed with the defensive acumen of Wright on the ground.
Not keeping his head down. I think Wright was complaining about a knee to the crotch. Very impressed with Kyle Wright's ability to hang out in those heavy pressure bottom positions that he got presented with. Like you said, Thomas Gant's looking for those pinning positions where he can really stabilize himself and isolate both limbs from the paths that he was going and drop those elbows down. And Kyle Wright did a great job of, even when those limbs were isolated, of bringing his head close and underneath Gant so he couldn't land those elbows. So he didn't have the space that he needed to attack.
It'll be interesting to see if Wright can keep it on the feet a little bit longer this time, because he was looking promising. He landed those nice 2 hard low kicks, which is obviously not very much to work off of, to analyze anything. But
Big left hand from Kyle Wright to start out.
And he landed a right hand behind it as well.
Controlling the hips. Double overs, looking to shuck.
Now he's in low on it. He's got that ankle pick up.
Single
he's not able to
leg.
convert it, though.
He's a big fan of that single leg.
Oh, look at that beautiful interception of that hand right as he reaches for the ankle pick.
Kyle Wright going 2-on-1 and keeping that left arm framed inside. Now opting for the whizzer instead, and an underhook on the far side, which is going to be.
That's that twisting takedown. I'm a big fan of that. It's sometimes difficult to get the finish. A lot of times you need to use that secondary off balance to get down. Oh, that's a beautiful.
Very, very, very good single leg.
And right back to his feet, though.
Yeah.
Wright's making him work for it. Now you wonder, fighting every week, what kind of shape is Gant in? Obviously, he's in good shape.
Yeah.
But that's got to.
But what sort of damage is he taking?
He's not peaking. You know what I mean? He's just kind of staying at a 7 or an 8 conditioning-wise, probably. There he's able to convert that knee in the hole. Shinya Aoki's a big fan of
Nice
that
drag down in deep water there from Thomas Gant as he went to those knees to the thigh, like I mentioned.
Yeah.
Potentially opening up some opportunity for him to capitalize on his superior wrestling.
And Wright finds himself stuck underneath, but he builds up onto his own ankle pick.
Outside elbows, looking for his own single leg here is Kyle Wright.
He might have a look at an inside trip finish. There it is. Oh, but he loses the.
Turns into a scramble, and when you're scrambling with a guy who's got high-level wrestling, and you take a second off, They're going to make you pay. Thomas Gant looking to slide into this half guard position. Now, I'm a fan of half guard on top from an MMA perspective.
Especially chest to chest. Once you beat the knee shield and the half butterfly, it's a phenomenal pin.
Yeah, you're still occupying control over your partner's lower body, which they can use to create some sort of reversals or some space to escape. But then, like you said, once you get to that chest-to-chest position, you win that inside control, you've got dominant striking ability from there.
It's a lot
really good roll and ride.
It's a lot like leg riding from the back.
Absolutely.
Look at that beautiful Granby and a threat of a reversal and back to his feet.
Good scramble by both of these guys.
I'm not familiar with the background of Wright, but I am extremely impressed by his grappling.
Yep. Yeah, he's comfort level when he's on bottom. Weathered the storm that first round. And now looking for his own takedowns. Not going to find it with that single leg. And Thomas Gant doing a great job of controlling that front head and arm position. Head in the hole. Looking for the ankle pick across. What a technical wrestler.
Beautiful finish. Now he's looking at it. Looks like he's maybe lining up a Darce. Good job pushing that arm off the head by
distractions with
Kyle
the front,
Wright.
with the head and arm threats right into a knee. Just comfortable staying on the outside here and riding.
Yeah, kind of a shin pin style.
Yep.
I don't think he's worried at all about rolling leg attacks or anything like that. So I think putting that knee on the inside part is probably okay with him.
Inadvertent knee to the head, I think. As Thomas Gant was looking to pin the right arm of Kyle Wright, it looks like he's inadvertently kneed Kyle Wright in the right ear.
And Wright appears to be in
a
bit of distress here. I'm not sure he's...
Maybe a bit of gamesmanship. Didn't look initially distressed, but maybe taking his opportunity to find some time to recover here.
Yeah, and I believe he has 5 minutes to recover from this illegal foul. This would be really unfortunate if this is the end of the fight, because I believe that would be a disqualification.
Yeah, it'd be very unfortunate. Which, if it is,
I don't know what the ruling is, because that was if it was an unintentional foul, then like something like an accidental eye poker.
No contest.
Then
maybe
you would either go no contest, or depending on the state, some states, if you're far enough into the rounds to go to, you know what I mean, they'll do the decision based on the first round and then the second round.
Okay. I'm not sure how the commission does it here.
Very uncommon. I think we only seen that once in the UFC was Michael Bisping poking somebody in the eye. It's surprising.
Yeah, like I said, not taking anything away from Kyle Wright here, but the initial reaction didn't look to be as serious as he's obviously showing now. So maybe we're getting a bit of gamesmanship, but if that's the case, he's also allowing Thomas Gant to recover as well. Now, there is the very real possibility that it was just a delayed reaction, and those shots to the head, just as well as I do, sometimes they take a second
you don't feel
to
it
come
until
on.
the fight's over.
Yeah, your adrenaline's pumping. It's interesting that
I'm not sure there was also a foul that he was complaining about after the first round. I don't know if that was also one of the same thing.
Yeah, I think that was there was a knee that I saw over here. I think it slipped in. He was attempting that knee to the inner thigh, like I was talking about, but I think it slipped inside of the groin, and it was close enough to the end of the round where it was fresh on his mind.
It'd be a terrible if this fight ends this way, because this was a phenomenal fight.
You gotta see these guys again.
Yeah.
I mean, this is.
Now you got to wonder, who does this time period favor more? I don't know that either one of them were really super tired.
No, but Gant looks very, very composed.
Yeah.
And in a high-level wrestler, you give him 30 seconds, let alone 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's this guy's ready to fight tomorrow. So he gets 5 minutes to recover, and he's probably fresh as a daisy. Got to think that this time clock is starting to.
Yeah, we got to be starting to get close. And based on his posture, I think we might be looking at the end of the fight here.
Haven't seen him recover enough to build confidence in Ref Matt Jones's mind.
We saw Ref Matt Jones just check the time with the commission there. couldn't really tell what they were telling him. But
Mouthpiece still laying behind Kyle Wright. A little bit of animation coming from him now, maybe expressing some frustration.
yeah, he's shaking his head as he paws at it. Not sure if we're going to see him build back up to his feet here or not. He appears to be looking for his mouthpiece. It's very difficult mentally to get back into the fight too after this. If you're either one of these gentlemen, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, when I saw Gant going for that pin, it looked like he was trying to shin pin that wrist. And so maybe the angle that we're sitting at, I didn't see it, but it didn't look like anything happened. Now we're getting a...
Yeah, not sure if we can get can we get a replay of that potentially illegal knee up? No shot at a replay.
No replay.
Unfortunately.
Got the ringside doc in there now. Probably rely on his determination. Obviously.
I think he's saying he can't see out of his eye, which...
Yeah, if he's saying he can't see, that doc's not going to clear him.
Yeah.
They'll call this fight.
Can't really tell what the exact conversation that's going on is. Seems to be some disagreement here between Mr. Wright and either the doctor or the referee.
Yep, he's saying he can't do it. He's not going to clear him to fight it. Well, if that's the case, yep.
Fight is over.
And they're calling the fight.
Unfortunately, an anticlimactic finish.
Yeah.
Show of sportsmanship from Kent goes over and help him to his feet.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. That was a very exciting fight. Had the makings of a great one.
He was pushing Gant a bit too. I mean, he was actually putting together some offense in some of those scrambles. He wasn't able to finish, but he was able to get in on singles. He was able to get in on that one inside trip.
Yeah.
Gant's just, I mean, it's so hard to get the hips back to the mat.
Guy that can play heavy in that kind of quad pod position, that head down, hips high, and still be effective. It's a tough load to bear. We'll see what this ends up being called as. Not sure how this works with this commission.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I think I would assume
No contest.
either a no contest. We could be looking at a DQ. To the head of a grounded opponent. There we go. No contest. So nobody's taking home their win money.
Yep. They'll get show money, but no win money, unfortunately.
Good work by both gentlemen. That was very high-level fight between both guys. I mean, obviously we saw Gant was in the driver's seat. But Wright was doing a good job.
Yeah, not how we want to finish it out. Obviously, hopefully we'll see these guys in the cage again very soon.
Yeah, I would hope.
Obviously, hope the best for Kyle Wright. And Thomas Gant stays ready, so hopefully we can get these guys back again soon.
Yeah, I agree. All right, guys. Well, that's it for New Line Cagefighting 27, live from Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Colin Caprini signing off. And
James McCullum, thank you all.